very good morning to a sunny, cool day in Cologne. Thank you for having made it here. My name is Sasha. I'm the head of the drone section in EASA. I'm very grateful that you found time to be with us today. Also, very warm welcome to those connected online. The room is not yet full. I hope it is not because of the notoriously delayed German train system these days, but we expect more people to join the room. Nevertheless, as we have a packed program, I believe it is about time to commence. So to set the scene, why are we here today? This is in preparation of the famous SORA 2.5 that is at the horizon, as you might know. And we need to prepare for its implementation. And as you're well aware, the ground risk plays an important role here. And this is an area where EASA, as an aviation safety regulator, has not been exposed to, notably when it comes to dynamic population density on the ground and the data that we can derive and use for that purpose. So we need you to inform us what is already available, what is in the making, what are the tools that could be used in order to bring SORA 2.5 to life. And it is therefore a workshop that is intended that you inform us as a regulator so that we can help you as a community and the drone stakeholders to make effective and good use of SORA 2.5. There's a full day. We have a number of subject matter experts from various organizations, be it institutional or private sector. I'm glad that you all share an interest in this topic and made your way to Cologne. There's a lunch that is planned between 12:30 and 1:30 around that time that will be served here outside of the room, kind of a working lunch. So you can also use this opportunity for a bit of networking and discussions along the topic. There's also 2 coffee breaks. You'll see here in the room, there's a coffee and tea selection. It's the famous EASA coffee, so not to be compared or confused with Italian standards, please. And then it is planned that in the afternoon, between 5 and 5:30, there'll be a wrap-up session and a conclusion and an agreement how we take things further from here. One thing that we envisage to do afterwards, on the basis of your input today, is potentially to prepare guidance for using under which conditions. Maybe not all use cases need these dynamic population density data in all cases. So we are aiming at a pragmatic approach here. There might be use cases where static data is sufficient. There might be compelling reasons for which we should use dynamic data. And such guidance that is intended afterwards should shed a bit of light and give a bit of, well, as it suggests, guidance to the users of SORA 2.5 on both sides, on the operator side and obviously on the regulatory side. All right, so without much further ado, as the saying goes, I'd like to hand the floor over to my team here, Alberto and Natale. Thank you very much. You have been instrumental in preparing for this. And there has been quite a large interest. We expect people to join on our web stream, and the room hopefully will fill up a bit more. There's still some, I would guess, 20, 30 people that are on the list that have registered, which might be on their way. Okay, I wish you a very fruitful day with good discussions and hopefully a good outcome with which we can all then work. And this is it from me. Okay, good. Thank you.
So thank you, Sasha. And I will make a short introduction now before giving the floor to the panelists. First thing, a few house rules before I start. So regarding the emergency plans and exit, in case of the alarms turn on, we have an emergency exit on the front and one here in the back. And the meeting point is in the parking on the back of EASA. So you can see here the evacuation route, and the meeting point is just on the, you need to walk on the right side of the building, just on the back of EASA, and the meeting point is there. And regarding the logistics, so we are in the Airbus room today. The lunch will be provided, and also we have a coffee there. But if needed, we have also a canteen that, by the way, do not accept cash. So in case you need to use the service, you need to do a prepaid card on the machine here in front of this room. And the restrooms are outside this room on the left. There is a corridor on the left, or inside the canteen, again on the left side, there is another corridor where you can find others. Okay, so this is the agenda for today. So as you can see, it's pretty packed. We have an introduction for me, and then we have several population density service providers and data providers that will be presenting today. These providers are providing both static data, for example, census data. Then we have some mobile network operator that will provide a view on how to handle dynamic data and historical data. We asked also to NAAs to provide the feedback on which challenges do they see in applying this kind of services to drone operation. And so we will have today LBA and ENAC, so the German and Italian authorities that will give their feedback. They have one slot each. We plan to have a quick Q&A session at the end of each presentation. And then when possible, we try to reserve some time for Q&A and open discussion where you see there in the agenda. So we have 2 slots of 15 minutes, and then we have a big slot at the end of 45 minutes where we can exchange opinions and make other questions, and hopefully we'll go through as many questions as possible. And in the end, we will do a wrap-up, trying to collect what has been said today, and also we will see which are the next steps after today's workshop. We have a Slido for today, so you can access via the QR code or via the Slido website. And there, this is especially for people participating remotely, so you can submit your questions, and then we will go through them when we are in the slot dedicated to the Q&A. So I'll give you just a few seconds to catch the QR code or the passcode here from this slide. So why we are here today and why EASA organized this workshop? The main reason is that we are jumping from the ground risk assessment that we have in SORA 2.0 today, which is qualitative, to a quantitative risk assessment. So the table on the right, which is still under development, but the big change is that the risk assessment becomes quantitative. And therefore, we will need quantitative data to go through the step 2 of SORA. Just to put up to speed everyone in the audience also who is not very familiar with the ground risk assessment in SORA, what is required to UAS operator today, and it will remain valid also for SORA 2.5, before starting the operation, is to assess the risk of their operation. And for the ground risk part, they need to define a flight geography, a contingency volume, and a ground risk buffer outside the contingency volume. These 3 areas on the ground put together are the IGRC footprint, according to the SORA semantic model. and it's where we need to use the table that we saw in the slide before. So what we need to do for in this footprint is to assess the population density and to take the maximum population density that is in the footprint. So we take the worst case. So we have an example here and of what could be the aspect of a population density map. And for the IGRC footprint, we need to take the maximum that we see on the map. So in this case, would be 210. Then we need to do a similar exercise for the adjacent area. So we need to define which is the area outside the ground risk buffer. And for that, we still need to assess the ground risk, but in a different way, because there we need to assess the average population density. So we still need map, but we can average the value. And in this example, it would be 150 if we have a similar map than before. Before the workshop, we submitted a call for proposal for the companies that are presenting today. And we started there giving some definitions of population density information just to set the framework for the discussion today. So we started defining static population density map, which gives a picture related to population density, which is representative of a specific moment of the day. And here we make the example of the census data, which may be representative for where the population is at night, because at night you are most probably where you are registered, while during the day we are here, we are at work, we are not at our home. So this picture is not representing well enough the situation. Then we have historical dynamics, and here we mean forecasts based on historical data. Which still gives a picture of where the population is during the day, but allow us to check this information at different hours of the day. And then we have real-time dynamic, and here which are based on real-time information. So every 30 minutes, 1 hour, we have an update to see where population is. Then we lay down a set of expectations that we have to, would like to take away from the workshop. So, as said, we will be in learning mode today. So we expect to have more information, especially from service provider, regarding which data are currently available on the market, and where on the other side we lack of information. Then we would like to start answering the question if is real-time and historical population density always needed, or are static data reliable enough in certain situations? Then how can authorities evaluate this kind of service provider? So if I am a drone operator and I go to an authority to ask an operational authorization, I provide some information coming from a service provider. How can an authority assess if this is the level, the reliability of the data is good enough? And then, as a consequence, which are the performance indicators that define if an information of this kind is suitable or not? And so to start with the first question, we would like to put here an example to start setting the scene if we always need dynamic data or not. So here you see two pictures. On the left is the one of an agricultural field where we do not expect during the day, during time, to have big changes in population density. So this could be an example of a situation where static data are enough and I don't need to go further when I assess the ground risk. While on the other side, you see a picture of a stadium in the city center. It's actually here in Cologne, close to a park. And here we may have events at a certain time, or we can have people gathering in the park or queuing to enter the stadium. So we can expect to see some changes in population density during time. And here we may need some more information, some more dynamic information. So this can be, based on the discussion today, can be historical or can be real time. what is our interest in is not to understand if we have a change of 1 or 2 people, but is to understand if we are jumping on another slot in the ground risk table. So if the change in the population density is more than 1 order of magnitude. And finally, we submitted some questions to who is presenting today, and we asked to provide their feedback to those questions. It was not mandated to reply to all the questions, because even knowing that there is no answer yet, it's already an information to understand where we are. And here I will go briefly through this question. So the first one was, under which conditions static is enough, and when do we need a real-time or historical population density? Which are the indicators to evaluate the reliability of population density data? Which is the map resolution if there is a minimum that we need when we have a map, so the minimum dimension of a cell in a map. Then another question regarding privacy requirements. So which are the restrictions that you currently face when you have to gather this data on population density? Specifically for drone operation, we don't need to know exactly every people with specific data and where they are, who they are. We can cluster a group of people based on the operation needs. Then many data providers, especially mobile network operator, have access to only a share of data, which is their market share. So how big needs to be this share to have the data which are reliable enough, and which is the methodology then we can use to assess which is the data share that is, let's say, at the minimum threshold. And then if I make forecast, how long back in time do I need to go to catch seasonal changes, to be sure that I'm taking into account holidays and these kind of events which may affect the population density in a certain place. So this is what we asked to provide information about. So this is it for my introduction. You can see here again the slide. And before starting, I would like to give the floor to Jorg.
Slides and the records will be made available.
Sure. Yes. So all the slides will be made available to in the web page of the event after the workshop. We are also recording. Yeah. So we will upload everything there. So if you're not able to follow for some reason today, for all the time, you will be able to see the recording. Okay. So I was saying I will be giving the floor to Jorg, which will give an update on the current status of the activities in JARUS regarding this topic. So thank you.
Thanks for the intro. I'm going to be very brief. I'm going to give you a quick update on the progress of workgroup safety and risk management at JARUS. Just for those of you who don't know, JARUS is Joint Authorities for Rulemaking on Unmanned Systems. It's an organization of currently 66 international aviation authorities and agencies. In the workgroup SRM, we have a roster of 150 people, 100 from aviation authorities and 50 subject matter experts from industry. Some of them are no longer active and have reduced their activity, but currently we have an active roster around 70 in total. We are organized in 6 task forces. SORA use across the world. SORA 2.0 is our current working system, has been adopted as means of compliance by many aviation authorities, including, of course, the EASA countries, but also Canada, Australia, Indonesia, Malaysia, New Zealand, Israel, and Ghana. And it is currently, to my knowledge, in the implementation process in Brazil, Thailand, South Africa, China, United Kingdom, Cameroon, and Singapore. This list is extending month by month, so I have to reduce the font size at some point. Unfortunately, there is no mandatory reporting back to us, the authors of the SORA, who has adopted it and with what changes. And so there might be some more countries that I'm not aware of. If you know of a country that uses SORA 2.0 and it's not on this list, please tell me. Now, Alberto already pointed out the main change of the 2.5 IGRC table is there is numbers. And some commenters pointed out those numbers are nice, but numbers for population density actually don't mean much if you don't know what the grid size is. You can basically toy around with it as you like. So The first change is we are daring to give numbers for the population densities as opposed to qualitative descriptors in SORA 2. There have been discussions in the past, and I've been approached many times by industry, is like, well, the sales increase from SORA 2 to 2.5. I still continue to say, no, they do not. They appear higher. The GRCs appear to be higher, but there's also a new mitigation to reduce it again, which is the shelter factor or the sheltering, because in most countries, 90% of people are inside. We actually had a discussion if we should include the shelter into this table and get rid of this confusion once and for all. Unfortunately, it's not only Western countries who use the SORA, and there are some members in JARIS who say, well, in our country, the population is outside all day, they only go inside for sleeping. While we are not outside, we're inside most of the day. So because of that, for the JARIS product, we have to be as inclusive as possible. What implementing aviation authorities do with it is up to them. These boundaries might still be updated. Do not put all your money on these values staying the same. This is currently under debate because there have been some comments on these values, and this is currently ongoing work. I mentioned the grid sizes. Since we had comments on grid size, like what's the grid size? You know, we need some reference here. We had a small group working on this in the work group, and they are coming up with recommendations. This is a draft of grid sizes that are depending on the intended flight altitude. Since most of drone operations happen below 500 feet, so the 200 by 200 is probably a good grid size. But if you go to flying higher, it becomes, you have kind of some negative side effects if you don't average the population density enough. So the grid size increases with flight altitude. Again, these numbers are not final. Don't say, you know, Jörg presented this, so it has to be true. No, this might still change. The working schedule is we received, end of the consultation for SORA 2.5 was end of March. We received 1,500 comments. We're going to answer all of them. And it is a lot of work to do this, actually. But we expect by end of the year to finish the comment resolution process. By February, we are expected to complete our final drafts and hand it over to the JARIS Secretariat. That is the initiation of the formal release process. We do not expect currently a release vote by JARIS, by the member states of JARIS, not before the plenary meeting in Astana, which is going to be mid-May. The reason for this a long time is that when the work group finishes the product, SORA 2.5, it's going to be block release with the main body and new annexes A, B, E, F, I, and H. It's a total of 380 pages, roughly. And we cannot expect the voting members of the member states to vote on it like a week later. So there's some time reserved for countries to review the end product before the final vote. Annex A might be released earlier because that's the only one that is not so dependent on the others, and we might go for an early release. So this might happen a couple of months earlier, but maybe only it will be released together with the rest. And there's something that you have not seen before that was not consulted publicly, and that's Annex H. Annex H always has been a part of SORA. It is in the table of contents, but many people are not aware that it actually exists. It does exist. It was created by the task force UTM. Don't be confused. UTM is not really a good task force name. I would prefer to call it the External Services Task Force, but the name stuck. It's several years old, so we still call it the UTM Task Force. This document is UAS Safety Services Considerations. And this was internally consulted quite a while ago, but now it has been, the comment resolution has been finished. We expected to push it into public consultation in November or December. So in the next couple of weeks, it will become public and you can read it and provide comments for it. And we will be expected to be ready to release Annex H with the rest of the SORA 2.5 documents. What's currently happening is originally this document, Annex H, was written for SORA 2. Since 2.5 is imminent, we decided to update it. And right now we're in the last stages of doing these updates to make it compatible. Why do I mention this today? Because there is a GRC operations planning service described in this document. And what is this supposed to do? Well, if you are an operator and you're planning to use a commercial service that helps you to assess what your GRC score is. And it basically provides services for SORA steps 2 and 3, and it has complementing service levels for M1 at low, medium, and high robustness. This is just a snapshot for M1 medium, actually. This is something, it basically shows what are the responsibilities of the operator, what are the responsibilities of the service provider. What it does not provide are answers to the questions that Alberto put on the slides on, like, what's the integrity requirement for the population, what's the quality requirements, and so on. It doesn't answer that, but it describes the relationship between a service provider and the operator and the according robustness requirements for the service level agreements between the parties. That's what I had to say. Thank you for the opportunity to letting me present, and I'll wish you all a successful workshop. Thank you.
So, as I was saying, I was invited to join the workshop and to provide a window on the activity of Eurostat and the European statistical system on the topic of mobile network operator data, which include also dynamic population density as one of the use case. So the talk that I will be giving is more prospective in nature. So I will basically report on what we are doing and where we are aiming to get to in a few years. But first, let me first, let's say, provide some very basic information. I changed the slides. Can you see the second slide?
Not yet. It's very slow in changing the slide. We can see still the first one. Yeah.
Okay, so I will have to take this into consideration. Change the slide 2 minutes before in advance. So what is Eurostat? So Eurostat has basically 3 heads. On one end is the Statistical Office of the European Union that provides statistics at the European level. It's also the Direction Generale of the European Commission. So we are a branch of the European Commission. And
Fabio, sorry to interrupt. Do you wish that maybe I share the screen and you tell me just when to change slide? So because we are still on the first one.
Yes, I understand. So let me make a second test that I will share the PDF. Maybe the PDF is faster instead of the PowerPoint. And if not, we will go. Okay. So as I say, Eurostat is the statistical office of the European Commission, of the European Union, the branch of the European Commission, and also the coordinator of the European Statistical System, the ESS. What is the ESS? ESS is the network, is a partnership between Eurostat that acts as a coordinator and all the statistical institutes and the statistical authorities of the European Union country. So it's a kind of a federation of national authorities plus Eurostat. And the role of Eurostat is not only to produce European statistics based on the data collected by the NSI, by the national institutes, but also contributes to harmonize methodologies, definitions, quality criteria, etc., within the ESS. Next slide, please. Another concept that I would like to put on the table is the distinction between regular official statistics versus experimental statistics. Official statistics have to be produced regularly with a release calendar and have to undergo a complete set of quality checks and fulfill a complete set of quality criteria. Experimental statistics, on the other hand, is something that statistical institutes may publish in short series or one-off, do not typically fulfill all quality criteria, only some, and they serve somehow to test and to collect feedback on statistics may or may not become official in the future. So when at the moment with mobile phone data, you might have seen some statistical office publishing experimental statistics based on MNO data, but there is not yet an established process to produce regularly official statistics based on MNO data. And that's where we want to aim for. Traditionally, statistical offices provide statistical data based on input data that they collect themselves in the form of census or surveys, and also based on administrative data that they do not collect by themselves, but are produced by the government, by the public administration. So they are still, let's say, produced in the public sector. What is happening now, there is a trend since a few years in the official statistics to work towards the use of alternative data sources, so-called big data sources in some papers, typically data that are input data that are produced in the private sector, not only, but these are prominent subsets. And within this subset, mobile network operator data is definitely one of the most interesting, I would say, and relevant. So the future goal for statistical office is to produce regular official statistics based on MNO data. And in this talk, I'm showing what we are doing on Eurostat in order to get there. Next slide, please. So first of all, just a minimum of terminology. We use the term mobile network operator data to refer to the data that are collected by the telecoms. There are some telecom operators here, I think, as speakers. The operator of mobile infrastructure that collect data on the side of the network that are generated by the interaction between the mobile device and the network. There are other kinds of mobile phone data that are collected instead by the over-the-top or by the operating system and Google or Apple, the application providers, the over-the-top. They are still created by the mobile phone, but they are location data collected on the phone, not on the network, but on the phone through some GPS of triangulation app, and are then reported to these over-the-top or app owners. That kind of mobile phone data are also location data. There is a market also for that. That one is not in the scope of what we are doing. So what we are doing is focus on MNO, mobile network operator data collected on the side of the network. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is just terminology clarification, what I just said. MNO data collected on the network, while the mobile phone data, MPD data acronym is much broader and might in principle include also the location data created by the mobile phone and transferred to the over-the-top. So as I said, we are focusing only on MNO data. Next slide, please. Why MNO data are interesting for statistics? Well, it's rather obvious because they contain spatio-temporal information about the mobile device, but that can be taken as a proxy, let's say, for people, to the extent that that operators are able to separate the traffic from smartphone and personal device from machine-to-machine or IoT devices. They are very appealing in terms of timeliness. They can data statistics based on MNO data may be provided almost in real time or in near real time. The temporal granularity and the temporal continuity are something that cannot be matched by information collection based on survey or diaries. The spatial coverage is the whole country, the whole Europe. If you think in a multi MNO perspective, and also the population coverage, because I would say the vast majority of people today carry one, or at least one mobile phone. Having said that, in the face of these appealing features, that are also a long list of limitations and challenges, both on the technical and on non-technical side, that makes the work, a bit hard to get there. Next slide. So we are aware that in order to light the bubble, the bulb of producing regular official statistics based on MNO data, we have to solve a number of issues, right? It's like in these electrical circuits series that you see. if we are not able to close all the switches, we will not get to the regular production of official statistics. And these are, for instance, establishing a framework, a legislative and business framework where MNO and as data provider and NSI can partnership, can collaborate, establish methodology and quality framework that are able to provide not just numbers, but numbers that are correct or come with uncertainty measures that make sense. We have to also address data protection measures and so forth. So because of this, let's say, serious view, what Eurostat is doing is working in parallel on different tables, Eurostat and the ESS. We're working independently, so in parallel on different tables to address one issue under the assumption that the other issue will be solved on the other tables. Next slide. So for instance, on the data access, last year, the European Commission established a European an expert group to advise the Commission on how to create a favorable, let's say, scenario where MNO and NSI can partner together and today for in the perspective of enabling the production of regular official statistics based on MNO data. The report is linked in the page. And also, most recently this year, the European Commission adopted a proposal for modifying the regulation 223 of 2009 on European statistics in order to create enablers, and again, for this partnership between NSI and MNO to happen. This is now being discussed in the trialogue. We all hope it will be adopted by the end of next year before the change of the Commission. So this is a legislative process that was taken up by Eurostat. Next slide. On the methodology side, which is more the core of the remaining slides of the part of my talk, what we are doing is we are doing several activities. On one hand, we have established a so-called ESS task force on MNO data for statistics that gathers, let's say, representative from 19 countries within the ESS and are tasked, let's say, to steer the methodological development aimed at the production of official statistics with MNO data. A position paper was published very recently, like during the summer. I invite you to have a look at it because it provides the perspective, our vision in detail. What I'm doing now in the next slide is to next slide, please, is to draw your attention on some key aspects that are probably relevant for this workshop. First of all, the ESS is aiming to adopt a methodological standard for the use case that are relevant for official statistics. What is a methodological standard? Does not mean that there will be a single piece of software that has to run in all MNO, but there will be a very, let's say, a methodology that is specified very much in detail in a non-ambiguous way with an open source, let's say, implementation that serves as a reference. This methodological standard has one important feature. We aim, and this is a key point, we aim at producing official statistics based on the combination of data from multiple MNOs, even in a single country. Next slide. In order to gain stability of the statistics, quality, accuracy, we are aiming to provide official statistics that even within one country, let's say, pool information, not from the main MNO that are typically between 2 and 4 in every country. In order to do that, we cannot, let's say, accept a model where MNO produce data, aggregated data based on proprietary methods, because then we would be mixing, let's say, pears and apples and banana. But next slides, in our view, we want to develop a methodology, a reference processing pipeline that is then implemented, probably with different implementation by the MNO, perhaps can be provided by market players, but they are all compliant in the sense that they all deliver the same and combinable aggregate data in order to produce final statistics, let's say, that are better than what you would be able to produce with a single MNO. This is a key point of our vision. Next slide. Our vision. So we aim, let's say, within this decade, let's say, to produce official statistics based on MNO data. So going beyond experimental statistics, occasional publications that you have seen, especially during the COVID in some countries. As I said before, we want to gather data information from multiple MNO within each country, but also for having a better understanding of cross-country phenomena. So we will aim also at somehow integrate together information between different countries for roaming, to gain a better view of roaming flows. As I said, we aim at having statistics that are produced according to standard methodology and quality criteria that are defined directly at the European level and therefore are uniform for all European countries. There is no need to have, with this data that basically have similar semantic across Europe and have displayed the same challenges and limitations across Europe. There is no reason for having methodology that are specific and tailored, that are specific for every country and different from other countries. So we join forces and we aim at developing a standard methodology at the European level. Methodology that, of course, needs to be evolvable because not only mobile network operator infrastructures evolves, but also our understanding of how to process the data may change. We expect most of the processing to happen at the premises of the MNO, which of course will have to bear some cost, which of course will have to be compensated somehow. But we do not intend to have NSI hoarding microdata in order to safeguard privacy, but also for let's say to safeguard business sensitivity of this data. And even the protection measures, the private data protection measures may be defined at the European level if they are referred to a methodology that is defined at the European level, and that's our goal. Finally, and another key point that I would like to put on the table, our orientations is that in order to have MNO statistics based on MNO that are reliable, stable, continuous, not only we wish to fuse together data from different MNO, but we also understand that we need to combine the MNO data with some non-MNO data. Even in the moment where you extrapolate based on a market share, this is a trivial form of combining with the non-MNO data, that is the market share. But then you can think of much more sophisticated and methods to stabilize this, having market share with a small spatial granularity at the level of census area, but you might think also of using other type of data, or even to launch a survey, small sample survey designed in order to calibrate, adjust, stabilize the MNO data. I will come back to this point in a second. Next slide. So that's, I think we can skip this. I already say that the importance of using a methodological standard defined at European level in order to allow not only the comparison, but also the combination of aggregate statistics based on from different MNO. Okay, so that was the vision. What we are doing to walk towards there, to do there. At the moment, in addition to, let's say, some past project on which I will not mention here due to lack of time, I would like to mention two projects that are current. One is currently ongoing. The other one will start very soon. The first project, we call it multi-MNO, is a code that is oriented at laying the foundations of this standard methodological framework defined at the European level. Is the first, let's say, the first stone. And started as a project meant to join industry expert and NSI expert from the Statistical Institute together, as I said, and to provide an initial version to be further evolved after the project, but still a solid foundation, I would say. So this is a project that involves two NSI, two private company specialized in the MNO data processing, and has also 5 MNO from 4 different European countries, helping the project to test and to demonstrate what will be developed in the project. The project was started at the beginning of this year, so we are still in the first year, as a duration of 2.5 years until runs until mid 2025, and I expect at the beginning of next year, so after the first 12-13 months, we'll be able to provide some. The project will be able to produce some at least very preliminary results, which will be made public, and based on which I would like also to collect input and comments from experts outside the company, outside the project, excuse me, to enrich, let's say, to be sure that we are not missing important stuff for the continuation of the project. So there is not, if you visit the homepage, there is not so much information yet, but I expect at the beginning of next year will be some more technical output to be based on initial interaction with stakeholders outside the project too. Next slide. And the second project that is going to start basically next month is a research grant, so aimed only at NSI, and the task that we have given to a large consortium made of 10 NSI under the coordination of ISTAT in Italy is to focus on research, because we need research. We don't have solutions that are ready to be implemented. We still need research on how MNO and non-MNO data can be combined. This starts from an analysis of which non-MNO data are out there as a candidate to be married, let's say, with MNO data. You can think of other big data sources. I don't know, the train tickets sold on between two cities might be used as a reference of the number of participants to some concert that you can know from as a reference source from other source, from camera or from tickets, might serve as a reference source. So that's one possibility. Census data, registered data that are in the hands of the NSI that were collected for other purposes is a second possibility. And the third possibility is to launch a new sample survey that is specifically designed, to, let's say, fertilize, to calibrate and to improve statistics primarily built on MNO data. So in this sense, we would have a marriage, let's say, of data coming from the MNO and data coming from the NSI that would somehow be married together for data statistics that have the same level of time granularity and spatial granularity and timeliness as the MNO data, but also, let's say, the stability and reliability of that are typical of official statistics data. So that's the midterm goal. So this project will make a cost-benefit analysis of all these various projects, source of candidate, source of non-MNO data. We'll have to develop methods, so assuming that this source, the source that will be selected as most promising, and will not be all of them, but one or two, assuming under the assumption that this data will be made available, how to fuse, which methods, which statistical methodology to fuse, and anticipating that probably the ad hoc survey is probably one of the survivors of this selection. They will also have to design a toy, let's say, an example of an ad hoc survey, and assess the cost of what would mean, how many people you have to interview, what kind of question, how you could what are the different approach to fuse either at the micro or micro level with the MNO data. So they have to do this exercise. In the research field for this project, we will see if the outcome of this project is worth to be carried forward, say more in production. Next slide, because I have to go quickly. When presenting this vision in past venues, let's say I always perceived a little bit of fear that the fact that eventually at one point statistical institute will publish, official statistics are published for free. Let's say statistics that are based on MNO data would kill or would interfere negatively, let's say, with the market for what I call MNO-based statistics, analytics. So there are companies here that provide commercial services, insight, dashboard, statistics that ultimately are pulled from location data produced by the MNO. Well, we don't believe that that this will happen. Rather on the contrary, we see a lot of possibility for the commercial market to be indirectly benefit from, let's say, the actuation of this vision by the NSI. This is a point that I cannot, let's say, develop so much now. But in general, you might think, at least I would like to give two hints. On one end, if the standard methodology that is co-developed between the industry and the NSI is adopted as a standard, and commercial analytics can somehow get inspiration from the use case or reuse part of this methodology, part of this criteria, not necessarily all, they would all probably already, let's say, gain in terms of quality, if not, and maybe also reputation. First. Second, official statistics is never going to publish, very granular data from yesterday. How many people are here 1 hour ago in this single cell? Official statistics have to provide data that have a certain temporal aggregation, a certain spatial aggregation. Typically, they are never produced in real time, but also after some time. So if you see in these slides, in these slides, we have the two axes in this Cartesian space where the level of spatial aggregation and timeliness. Official statistics are in the bottom left corner, right? Because that's where the mission of NSI. This leaves a lot of space for commercial services that are more fine-grained in time or in space, that are more timely. And in a publication that we provide, that we presented some years ago in collaboration with Proximus, we even hinted at the idea that in the same way as the freemium model, giving something for free, develops the appetite of the market for better and more refined services, a bit like reminiscent of the same, we might also say that the publication of official statistics with a limited amount of granularity for free might maybe increase the appetite by economic by actors for more fine-grained and more sophisticated commercial analytics. So that's to say that the view of NSI is not necessarily interfering negatively, but perhaps interfering positively with the market of commercial analytics. And also another third point of benefit is that, as I said, I think stable statistics will need to have at least a small dose of reference data to be fused with MNO data. Let's see what exactly this dose and what kind of a non-MNO data will be there, but prospectively, this will, the mixture of the two, as I said, will be beneficial for the final statistics. And this benefit, we can think of some ways where this benefits is not only in terms of higher accuracy, benefits and better quality, is not only, let's say, casted on the official statistics of public interest, but perhaps also on the commercial analytics of private interest. Next slide. Okay, specific. So all what I mentioned here is about covering official statistics along different use cases. So we are in the project. The project consortium has to address use case in tourism, use case in geographical urban statistics, commuting, etc. However, specifically on the present population, that is the focus of this project, in addition to this strategic view, also Eurostat has conducted some methodological research in the past. One of these two papers was also co-authored with Proximus, which I understand will present probably later. So I invite you to have a look. And then the next slide, which is probably the final one. Yeah, it's a list of reference. I think the slides will be released. So the top two links provide, let's say, initial source to dig and to find additional links to whatever I mentioned before. I apologize that the web page is very, very primitive. It's not so fancy, but we are migrating to a new web IT system, and for the moment, there is not so much possibility for Eurostat to provide a more elaborated web space. In January, there will be more fancy web exposure. And I close here. Thanks.
Thank you, Alberto. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like today to present together with my colleagues the Copernicus Human Settlement for SORA and ground risk assessment. So we split the presentation into the three parts because I will start with some operational examples and pilot project from the USPA side. After that, our colleague Thomas from JRC will introduce the global human settlement layer. And final part will be also from my colleague Arnis from USPA, which would like to try answer the questions from Alberto at the beginning of the session. But some answers may be still another questions, I think. So at first, also, I would like to thanks to the EASA for preparation of this workshop, because I think it is a very important part for the next development of the population density data using for the ground risk assessment and for the development of the SORA 2.5. So thank you. Okay, I will start. Never mind. So I think USPA, EU Space Program Agency, maybe you know that we have a lot of activities in the drones, but it's not only about using EGNOS, Galileo, EGNSS in the drones and some new Galileo services, but it is about Earth observation data, about using the Copernicus data for different purposes. So we can use this data, for example, for some planning of the infrastructure for innovative air mobility. We can use it also for some another examples, like for the digital elevation model, for the long BVLOS flight operations, for the planning, and also the population data can be used for the ground risk assessment. So we started in the USPA last year with the pilot project together with Italian drone operator Flying Basket, where we try to use Copernicus Urban Atlas data for the ground risk assessment. And together we try to prepare some methodology. Also, we discuss it twice with EASA to collect some feedback on this use case. And yeah, the drone operator appreciate this data for the ground risk assessment and for the preparation of SORA, but still based on the 2.0. And during the project, we recognize that there are still some limitations from the perspective of the Urban Atlas data. So we used Copernicus GHSL, which is the global human settlement layer, which is much better. Can use it is also have the global coverage, and it can be used again like the Copernicus data free of charge. And what is great that we discuss it with the drone operators and also with the civil aviation authorities. We started also discussion during the JARS plenary meeting in the Rome this spring, in where we have collect also a very good feedback from the civil aviation authorities for using the GHSL for the ground risk assessment. And what is the great that we have some sorry. Okay. Okay, sorry for that, because we have the old version of our presentation, so now we are updating. So give us a few seconds. Great, thank you, Alberto. So as I mentioned, I talked about the USPA, about the Copernicus, where it can be used, and also, as I mentioned, we prepared some methodology on some pilot project last year together with Flying Basket. We made also some consultation with EASA, and after that, after this use case, we also discuss this opportunity and using the GHSL data for the drone operations and also for the validation from the CAA perspective. So we discuss it also in the JARS plenary meeting with a good feedback from the civil aviation authorities. And I would like to, what is the great? I would like to mention and highlight some real examples, operational examples, because, for example, in the Switzerland, Swiss drone operator and manufacturer Rigitech implemented this year the GHSL layer into their flight planner software called RigiCloud. Also together with the digital elevation model from the Copernicus. And you can see on the images that the customer or the drone operator can use the GHSL data for the better planning of their flying mission. Also, if you are using for some long BVLOS flight, it is very appreciated to use this layer. And from another perspective, 2 weeks ago, during the last JARS plenary meeting in the Ottawa, the Polish CAA together with Panza presented their new tool, which is called SORA, and also it is for ground risk assessment tool, and it also used some local national data together with the GHSL layer. So it is again for the ground risk assessment a very good tool, and I think maybe also we will hear today also some experiences with GHSL from the LBA side. So I think it's quite enough from my side, and now I give the floor to Thomas from JRC, who introduce more GHSL. Thank you.
Good morning also from my side. I'm Thomas Kemper, working for the European Commission Joint Research Center in northern Italy. I'm working in the Disaster Risk Management Unit, and we help colleagues in DG ECHO in Brussels to evaluate disasters all around the world. And we were often confronted with questions like, with the last hurricane in the Caribbean, how many people are affected? And this is where we then started to come up with ideas how to prepare data in advance to answer this question as at the highest possible detail. So this is what we then came up with. It's the global human settlement layer. You see here the built-up part where we, in the first place, map all the buildings in the world. But let me see if this is working. Okay. Yeah, so what we try to address with our data set is 3 things. There's on the one hand population as the final end goal. We use built-up areas, and I'll show that in a minute how we are doing that. And a side effect is that we are also able then to map settlements in a harmonized manner. So that is something that seems to be not so relevant, but for other applications, this is also a very hot topic, so that we can come up with global harmonized statistics. We are part of Copernicus. That means all our data are open and free. So if you go to our website, you can find all the data sets that are shown here on the slides. And with Copernicus, it's also confirmed that this is an operational service. This started last year. Before it was more scientific, pre-operational, but from now on we will provide updates of all data sets every 2 years. Very quickly what we do, so we use satellite imagery, and I'll show an example a little bit later also for one city. We use satellite imagery from open sources again, like Sentinel data, but also Landsat data, to provide then also time series. We go back until 1975. We extract all the buildings, as you see there in the background, and combine this then in the second step with census data that we collected with colleagues from Columbia University to provide population density grids. And then the last product is the settlement classification. In a nutshell, we have population density at 100-meter grid size. We have built up surface in square meters at 10-meter spatial resolution. We also derive built up volume at a coarser spatial resolution. This is all global data, important to remember. And then the degree of urbanization due to the definition is at 1 kilometer spatial resolution, but that's possibly not so relevant here for this auditorium. On the right-hand side, also some important points, the biannual updates. So the current version is for data for 2018-2020, but we are now working with European Industry Consortia to come up with then really regular updates, 22, 24, 26, and so on, always based on open Sentinel data. Very quickly, how we are doing this, how we create the population grids. We see a real example from somewhere in France. You have this administrative unit for which we know from the census there's 104 people living there. Then we map here in black the built-up areas, and we simply produce the relative share of built-up in the 100-meter pixel size. And in the last step, we then distribute this 104 people into the percentage of built-up that we map from the satellite data. So very, very simple approach. There's much more sophisticated ones, but with the advantage here is that you can really understand and follow clearly why this is happening. And then you can aggregate it also, of course, to different spatial resolutions. What is important, and that is going a bit into the direction of the questions that you were asking also, is measures to understand what type of population data we are looking at. How good are they? And on our side, there's, of course, on the one hand, the built-up area. So if we don't map built-up, then we don't put people there. So that's one point. But on the other hand, also the census data is very important. For us, again, we are having always this global perspective. We are working here with the Socioeconomic Data and Application Center, CDAC, from CSIN in the US. They have contacted each and every single national statistical office in the world and gathered the census data that the NSOs are willing to share. And I've put this table here on the right-hand side where you can see the current input data that we are using. So we have quite some variation on the census year, but this is already the good one. So if you then go into Lebanon, where the last census was before the Second World War, or in Democratic Republic of Congo, where this is from the early 80s. The last census in Afghanistan was before the Russian invasion. So there's much more difficult countries. But what I also would like to look at is the number of units. So the first 3 countries, for example, Botswana, Finland, and France, are more or less the same size in terms of area. But for Botswana, we have only 29 units for which we know how many people are living there. And for France, it's 36,610. And then if you look at Italy, it's really down to the enumeration area, so very small units. And that means that our population grids for Italy will be so much more detailed and so much more reliable than it will be for Botswana. Again, also this direction, what is important, I think, for the evaluation of the data sets that we are then using in the end, is that you have a good understanding of the full process, how things are being done. And this is what we are also trying to do with on the GHSL side, so that we really come up with sophisticated validation of all the interim products. So here, just an example of the built-up surface validation, where we have a lot of interpreters looking at the images to come up then with some statistics and improvements that you can see here over time. So our last, also the current version was improved by 20% in terms of accuracy, also because of improving of methods, etc. It's not so much that I want to be proud of what the accuracy is here, but it's important really to mention that we will have problems if we rely here on black box data sets where you have no clue how they are generated. It will be very hard to assess the quality. Also on the population side, we are doing that. There we have big problems because there's usually only one census. You can do, as we learned in the previous presentation, so you can do some small sample surveys that you can then correlate, but that becomes very expensive. And on our side, we don't have those means. So what we are doing, we are taking the data from CSIN, and then we are combining it with data sets that we are getting maybe directly from the NSOs to do some cross comparison and get some ideas on the measures. And again, that is very important. Then also for the end users. So our end users are mostly crisis managers, UN operations, then in Afghanistan, and they are super data hungry. And they say, look, I don't care so much if this is outdated data or if this is inaccurate, but you have to tell me how inaccurate it is. I'm very happy to work also with a huge error margin, but if I know it, I can factor it in. So this is a bit what I would here take us into consideration then. Okay. And just to come to a very quick overview of how we are working with starting here, we're looking at Bangkok in Thailand, and we then in the first place map the land water areas. We then extract the built up areas, and you can see here, even with open data, we can go to a very fine level of detail already. So we don't have to think about the 50 centimeter commercial data. So for many applications, this is probably sufficient. And then on the next step, we also use the built-up volume, and we try to separate between residential, non-residential data, so industrial, because we are mapping residential, that is basically the nighttime data or nighttime population, and people most of the times don't work so much in commercial areas and industrial parts during night, so we don't want to put them there, but in the more residential parts. Here you see this example of the data that we are getting as input. So for each of those cells, we know how many people are living in the polygons, and then we are, this is going a bit slow, we are then really using this approach that I presented earlier to distribute proportionally to the built-up density in the end. And then to be complete, we use this at a kilometric scale then to apply this what is called the degree of urbanization, to map the settlements and understand where people are. And The last point I want to make is also that being a research center, we're also experimenting on trying to improve our data. And we, some time ago, had a research project called ENACT. And there we try to go beyond the residential population by collecting a lot of additional data sources from schools, from industry, etc., to come up with daytime and nighttime population, and also take into account regional movements. So we have basically for every year, every month of the year, we have a daytime and a nighttime population to take into account movements during summer to the Mediterranean coast, for example. Those data are also out there for having a look. They are based on the census 2011, so they are becoming a bit old, but we are currently in the discussion to come up with new ideas to first of all update it, and then also have this ready at a global level. And I think I'm now handing over to Arnis.
Hello, my name is Arnis Kadakovskis. I work as consultant at USPA, European Agency for the Space Program, and our mandate is to work not only with the Galileo and EGNOS GNSS systems, but also now with the Copernicus Earth observation system. And we're focusing on how we can apply the same Copernicus data that's been built for policy use cases, and it's working quite successfully, to other applications. And I work in applications on transport, aviation, drones, and that's why I'm here. That's our that's why we are engaging in this. I'll try to answer the questions raised by the organizers, and of course, when trying to do that, we came up with more questions than actually received initially, but I'll try to somehow handle that. The first question was, where does static data apply? And we did a quick a simple analysis. So what are the cell distribution of the cells once we put them into bins of SORA 2.5? And as we see, well, it's not a surprise that most of the cells are actually sparsely populated. And here we have two cells. One basically covers Central Europe, Central Western Europe, with Germany. And there we actually have almost 90% of the cells which are sparsely populated. At night, I'm using actually the term nighttime residence as to convey that not to mix with other actually measures of population density. So and as we see that, yeah, there are just a few cells where people actually do live. How does that once we dig deeper, we actually see that, well, roughly 80% are completely empty cells, and then some part of those are distributed somewhat normally if you put them on logarithmic scale, which is of relevance for SORA methodology. What we see that the question is, are those cells, of course, really empty? And that's we cannot say that without proper reference data. And as Thomas mentioned previously, there is some validation happening, but it's mostly focused on this time span of 1 year, and basically to achieve the residence, to establish the fact of residence. So then we looked into other aspects. So how can we explain population? Does it correlate with land use, land cover? And we correlated two Copernicus datasets. One is GHSL, and other is Korean land cover, which is essentially almost 40 classes of land use, land cover. And we looked in which classes the density is high and which is low. And here they are ranked by the most populous, not the most populous, but by the classes who are taking the most area. And obviously we see the obvious classes in front, and they have very low densities per square kilometer, falling into the sparsely populated class. And from the other side, if we arrange those land use, land cover classes by population density, of course, urban stuff that's classified as urban fabric, of course, is the most dense. But another aspect is that within those classes, there's quite a bit of variation. As you see in the column, of standard deviation and relative standard deviation. So you actually should look not only at the mean, but also at the what could be the variation. And when coming with answers to the questions by the organizers, we felt that the approach currently doesn't take into account important aspect of any forecast, any measurement, and it's called uncertainty. Everybody knows what it is. So, but we looked through the Annex F, and we didn't see that it explicitly accounts for uncertain inputs data. We assumed maybe there is some implicit assumption that, well, if we have a mean value for population density score that that we can average out, but then the question arises: actually, is this within the spirit of SORA that actually focuses on maximum risk, and we can't actually average out? And if we do average out, then the question arises: over what do we average out? Within a single operation, within a set of operations, within some time span, or maybe geographical area. Yeah, and obviously implication, since we have uncertainty about any forecast, population forecast, be it a static one or actually so-called dynamic one, all of them have uncertainty attached to them, and that implies that quite often, reasonably often, we will be flying actually in areas where actual risk is higher than what we calculate as IGRC. And the proposal, our proposal, is actually to when looking at different data sources, is to require a known and at least somewhat quantified uncertainty metric. And of course, then we need some improvement in a theoretical approach to actually introduce this uncertainty metric into a theoretical model described in Annex F. With regards to quantization, we try to think, and probably have been thinking the same things that you've been working on YARS for several years. Obviously, there's the IGRC spatial footprint, but then there is the temporal footprint. And how do we quantify both? A lot of work has been invested in the spatial footprint, but how do we split up the temporal one? And and the same problems and limitations apply to quantizing temporal resolution, temporal dimension as with the spatial resolution. If you go for smaller grid cells, smaller temporal cells, then you end up with having lower accuracy and higher uncertainty if you're working with forecast data. There is no trade-off practically. While so when they're talking about spatial grid cells, we were thinking and we came up with that looking actually at IGRC footprint would as essentially averaging out the risk would make sense, and then the grid cell should be commensurate to the form and size of the footprint, so that basically you can approximate the average score over that felt reasonable to us, and the arguments are on the. Of course, I understand that there has been quite a bit of discussion about this topic, and there are limitations and ways how you can game this approach, but maybe there are solutions. We can devise solutions to that. And yeah, we did consider, I mean, what could the alternative size for the grid cell, and that's minimum dimension of critical area, but we didn't understand how could we justify it, and actually it ends up with very challenging. It's quite challenging to actually implement it once we go to much smaller spatial and actually temporal grid cells, because we have to remember that what temporal grid cell do we use for critical area, and basically the time span of the incident, is it like 10 seconds or what? To illustrate, if we have a multicopter with a critical area of 10 by 10 meters, that would yield IGRC of 7 if 3 people are sitting on a bench. So it kind of feels very difficult to achieve. And with regard to temporal grid cell, yeah, we see that there is like at one extreme we can average out over all duration of operation. Another extreme we can actually take maximum per over this basically cube of 3D XYT cube, or somewhere in between. For example, we can actually evaluate operation in temporal segments. If we can say that operation is happening in this area at this time, and actually some subset of operations happening in other area another time, it makes sense to split it up maybe. Quickly over attributes of service method, service methods and data. The obvious one is, well, we have to actually describe unambiguously what are we actually after, and that's of course the purpose of this workshop partly. And the catch-all attribute is a fit for purpose, with accuracy that being one of those. But then there are non-functional requirements. So one is, are we measuring actually what we want to measure? Is the method robust? If we have, will the method work across space and time? I would imagine we will see many solutions that will be working well over some small areas, over small times, but are they really generalizable? And those should be one of the questions to ask. Scientific reference, as my as colleague Thomas Kemper stressed, that that should be as transparent as possible in order for scrutiny to be possible. Integrity and resistance to abuse, and this applies both to data and the method. Can you game it easily? And of course, ideally, data should be fair, but findable, accessible, reusable, and interoperable. But I would imagine for some data sets, for the commercial, more advanced data sets, that might not be fully satisfiable, and that's fine. With regards to metrics for those attributes, Thomas already explained how they are working with the static data. I will not go deep because here, but just stress that some element that probably relative uncertainty would be more appropriate than absolute, because we're working on a logarithmic scale, and hence that would convey the message better. Are we jumping between orders of magnitude? And my wrap up, essentially, I'll remind that GHSL is actually available globally today. It's free and it's used by NAAs, by operators. It's being used to plan operations in low density areas, nighttime operations. It has long-term commitment and funding backed by European Commission and competence and effort of GRC. And it is open actually as a founding layer for others, for commercial providers to build better, more accurate, more suited products on top of that. So we are not trying to outcompete private sector. We're putting what is there already out to everybody, and please do use. And we are open actually and for quantitative fitness of purpose evaluation. We see that would be an opportunity to cross-compare different data sets That would probably help GRC to understand better their data set, and would help community and owners of other products to also establish more formally both the uncertainty of their products and the fitness for purpose, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. So very interesting presentation. So from these two first presentation, we already are very much into the subject, and we see what are the challenges, and also what could be possible. What are possible solutions that we already have developed by Eurostat and by Copernicus. So we have some question on the Slido, so we can go through them. So the first question on the Slido, let's say that I check those that are more focused on the panels that we discussed so far. So can the global human settlement layer also be used as a web map service or a web map tile service? So
well, I can answer quickly. So far not. We are working on that. That should be also available by the end of the year. So far, you have to go to the website and download either the global layers or the tiles that you can then operate in your own GIS environment.
I'll just add that actually the total global data set is only 11 gigabytes, and if we're talking about Europe, it's really low. So essentially, hosting and serving it is really not a technical difficulty.
So please.
My name is Albrecht Wittmann. I'm the head of unit of methodology and innovation in official statistics. So Fabio is working in the unit. I would like to add something on the concerning population and population density from the view of the traditional statistics that are currently collected. So to give an overview on what is provided by for residential population. So we recently published a residential population map, grid-based on a 1 kilometer grid. We are currently having a new regulation on population statistics and migration statistics that allows then in the future for a regular collection of data. So far, we only have a 10 years, according to the census, a 10 years cycle. In the future, we will also be able to have an annual cycle, so to publish as well data on a grid-based, on an annual cycle, and not only the total population, but also some breakdowns according to broad age groups and gender, for example. So these are one of these examples. The data come from the national statistical offices in Europe. Most of them, they have registers of living places, which is then used then for estimating then the population density on a grid. Currently, Europe-wide is 1 kilometer. This also will not change. According to the new regulation, there might be some finer distributions then available at national statistical offices. So, okay, this is the update that comes from resident population. And what Fabio presented was then our efforts then also to use other data sources for providing information so on regular densities on present population. Thanks.
Thank you. So the next question is on the USPA presentation. Can you confirm nighttime citizens population refer to people unsheltered outdoors at nighttime? I don't know if you.
Well, yeah, no, they are not. So we are referring to the resident population that is collected by census operations. So that is basically where people are sleeping.
So I say, okay, that maybe we may assume that normally they are sheltered in their home, but
Except on Fridays.
maybe yeah. Okay, the next one, it has been said that one AU is counted as one person. How to distinguish people from another IoT device or device which are used for monitoring it, etc.
I can comment on this.
Please.
So the network operators have the means to identify mobile devices that happen to be smartphones or cell phones from other IoT. There are probably the colleagues from the operators can comment on that, but they can be discriminated based on various types of identifiers, either in the device or in the signaling with the network. So it's I would assume that they have the means internally to at least detect the most IoT device and separate them. Maybe Proximus or Vodafone want to anticipate something here.
Yeah, there are ways. I'm Victor from Vodafone speaking here. There are ways to distinguish from IoT devices to like EU or like standard UAS associated to specific persons. Like they can be used in the case of Vodafone, like a specific another one IoT coverage. That then you can differentiate. Or no, it may be possible that other operators are using different APNs for those IoT devices. So, I mean, the answer is yes, that it can be distinguished.
Okay, thank you. So the next question is: the recommended population density for operation at sea? How shelter factor would apply? I don't know if we are already ready to answer this question now, or maybe we should see later when we have also the input from other. Because I think from your point of view, from Copernicus' point of view, we are not ready yet. So maybe we will come back on this question later. And this will be a good one for also other service provider. If you have to give a confidence level to the data, what can you say today, and what is your target in the future?
Well, from my perspective, I think it's important to have it to have for each data set confidence, of course, as good as possible. But I mentioned this example from it's actually from last week, working with colleagues in Afghanistan. We provided them now with a data set that is based on heavy modeling on some open source data for Afghanistan, and where we don't even have the means to understand fully the confidence. But they are still happy with it, because they say, look, this is so much better than what we have so far. So there, I think my message would be, important is this, that there's ideally also a harmonized way of expressing the uncertainty, and then maybe you can accept in certain situations also a higher uncertainty than in others.
Okay. For the other one, so do you have any idea what deviation we can expect from people that are not sleeping where they are registered?
Well, again, I think there this is maybe something for Eurostat to have more in-depth definitions. But so we rely just on the data that we get out of the census, which is really where in the past, at least, the surveys went from house to house to understand how many people are living in a household. This is now updated with sometimes only with register information, but it points a bit to the question of when are static data useful or not. So Arnis mentioned the Friday evening. The census doesn't cover Friday evening, so it's basically the average of where people usually live and sleep during the night. So anything else is then not covered.
Yeah, we would see actually that just weather forecast actually correlates quite well with unsheltered population and might explain a really significant part of it.
May I add to that? Okay, nighttime population or sleeping population, this is not really a statistical definition. So it's used as a proxy then for naming resident population, and for resident population there is a certain definition then given in official statistics. So that has to do with a certain duration of living at a certain place and having the middle or the living most of the time there. So this is static population, and well, also research shows that, for example, that is always a certain percentage of people that have registered somewhere are then not present currently at the place where they are resident, because I don't know, they are on holidays then, for example, or have other reasons. So this is the resident static population that follows a certain administrative definition. When we talk of present population, so where people are really located, this is a completely different field then. Thanks.
Thank you. I understand that. So you have some project to try to identify some methodology on how to assess then the level of fidelity of this information. No?
Yes. So that was the presentation by Fabio, where we try to use then other sources than these official registers, also to try to quantify present population, so where people are currently. However, as Fabio pointed out, this will be always, well, official statistics, meaning that are typical densities, concentrations then in a certain area. So we are not aiming at saying when there is a football match of Cologne, how many people are in the stadium. So this is not a thing that we are dealing with. So we are dealing with typical concentrations then at a certain point in time, or in a certain region, and there we are moving then to more and more from administrative regions to grid-based estimations there. And we are trying to set up a coordination across Europe, because, well, one of the main tasks of Eurostat is to harmonize statistical methodologies. So to define a certain methodology for example, MNO data, to be able to assess those population densities, among others. So there's also other cases where mobile phone data might be useful, for example, for tourism purposes, to assess the number of people going on a tourism trip. That it would be another application.
Yes, if I add something to it. So the project that is going to start is also include how to refer, let's say, MNO and non-MNO data, not also for validation, but the idea is that if you have another data source, not only validation, you can also use it to improve and to get an estimate of the accuracy. What I would like to say is that most the big problem why we need non-MNO data, because we see devices devices, and we would like to count people, right? Once that we identify one non-MNO data source and a set of methods, one or more, and a set of methods to calibrate, to refer, to adjust, let's say, the MNO statistics in a way, let's say, to refer to people. Once that we find this, I believe that not only this will, let's say, improve the official statistics that, as Albrecht said, will never be in real time or highly granular. We refer to some average over a certain time period at a certain spatial granularity. But once that we have a reference method and we can anchor the MNO, the fluctuating MNO data to some stable reference, this will most likely also allow the operator to use these methods and this reference to stabilize their commercial analytics. So in this sense, I don't know exactly how this will happen, but the project that is starting in November has this about one of these focus point. So in this sense, the answer of being able to provide an uncertainty measure that is of utmost importance for official statistics. We cannot spit number without at least an indication of the uncertainty, both in space but also in the absolute number of people. Once that we have these methods, I think this will also reflect beyond official statistics to whatever analytics will be produced based on the same MNO data. And since I'm talking now, I see the picture, the slide, a question on Slido. Does Eurostat plan to work with mobile service provider from each member state? Yes, that's the goal. The goal is to produce European statistics, ideally for the whole Europe, with all main MNO. Thanks.
Okay, as I also highlighted another maybe interesting question for this panel. So it would be more meaningful to use a business census where people are working in order to have a good population density estimate for daytime.
It's a possibility. It's one of the possibilities. There are, I mean,
can you clarify what is business census?
Pardon me?
Can you clarify what is a business census?
So is data about where people, Albert?
Sorry?
Yes. Okay. I don't know whether something like a business census exists, but we are doing surveys on businesses, on activities of businesses. For this purpose, we are maintaining, or the national statistical offices are maintaining a so-called business register where all businesses are included that are active on the territory of the European Union or of the member states of the European Union. And with this, in this register, there is also, I think, one of the base information is as well a number of employees there, so which could be theoretically used as a proxy for that. However, this then requires that the business register is geocoded, so there might be a possibility of doing that, but I'm not sure if somebody has assessed then the accuracy of this because of the granularity of the business register itself. I'm not sure, I'm not a specialist then in this area, but there might be some aggregations as well of businesses because we are having a certain definition of a business that is different from a legal definition of the business. So businesses might be created due to other purposes, legal businesses might be created due to other purposes than operating a certain business. So some member states, I think, publish some data on this, but this is an area that has not been followed yet. There is some information from the census where people are asked where they are working, but this is also not a complete set of information.
Maybe very, very shortly on that also, this is what I showed on the last slide on my presentation. We were trying to exploit exactly such information. Then we were taking also information on commuting that is coming from the European census, at least, where, you know, during the day we have an influx from surrounding areas into the city, and then you have locations of hospitals, schools, etc. There are ways to approximate, but it's in the end mostly based on static data, so it will not tell you exactly for one day how many people are there.
Currently, you have also the developments then after COVID of people working at home, for example. And then, of course, this does not give any information. So there are always discrepancies then.
Yeah, we have a lot of challenges. I understand it's not very easy topic. So the question for the CAA, maybe we will keep for the next panel. Just the last one before we break. When will all this be implemented? Maybe I think already.
Well, the basic data from our side are out there. Then ideas for improving this daytime, nighttime data, I would not expect before 25 on our side.
So thank you. So we keep also the other question there for later, and we do a small break now as per the agenda of 15 minutes. So we will be back at 15 past 11. Thank you. Okay, so we resume, and the next presentation, we have now two presentations from two national aviation authorities, and the first presentation will be provided by Falk from LBA, so from the German Aviation Authority.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alberto. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Falk. I'm the head of the section for the specific category at the German CAA LBA. And credits also to my colleague Astrid, who's sitting over there, for helping with the presentation. What I would like to talk to you about today is, well, the National Aviation Authority perspective concerning population density data, how we use them already today when filing authorizations for the specific category, what challenges we see, what challenges we have today, and what challenges we also see for the future when we're talking about more quantitative population densities. So very short agenda, as said. We will have a look at how we do it today, what challenges we have, and, well, in the end, because this is a workshop, we've fired also for a slide just putting questions with a lot of question marks on the slide, just to give you an idea of what we think about from an authority perspective, which might be, for example, something a little bit different than from industry or statistics or whatsoever. All right, so, well, as we all know, SORA 2.0 at the moment is in place as AMC in Europe, and it requires the distinction between what is a sparsely populated area and what is a populated area, and we also have assemblies of people. And, well, JARS developed this qualitative distinction at the beginning to have some flexibility, because we simply at that moment of time did not have any reliable quantitative data. And we are working very well with that distinction at the moment, but it also brought us some challenges at the beginning, because from a legal perspective, what we do as an aviation authority is we're filing authorizations. So these are legal acts that are based on 947. And in the end, we are either allowing an operator to do a certain operation, or we are not allowing an operator to do a certain operation based on our analysis of safety. And what we also have to always consider is this can have significant economic impacts if we're allowing certain operations or not allowing them. And well, because these terms, sparsely populated area and populated area, are not really defined, what we soon learned when we started authorizing the first operations in 2021 is we put 5 of our technical inspectors in the room, and we got 5 slightly different interpretations of where's the border between sparsely populated and populated. And frankly said, this is really a challenging, because we of course have the responsibility that all authorizations from us are based on the same principles, because in the end they are also legal acts allowing companies to do something or not allowing them to do something. So what we internally had to do is we had to find a criteria how we can distinguish actually between what is a sparsely populated area and a populated area. And we searched around, soon stumbled across the global human settlement layer and the degree of urbanization of the Commission, and for ourselves defined then in a quantitative term that we say, okay, the border between a sparsely populated area and a populated one is 300 people per square kilometer based on the degree of urbanization. I believe this also somewhat spread through Europe and is now, let's call it like a slight gentleman's agreement, that several aviation authorities roughly use this number. And this made it at least, let's say, easier for us to file more confident authorizations, because we could actually look into some data to strengthen our argumentation. And what I want to really stress is that these decisions which we're taking here, also considering all the data that we might integrate and so on, it will have legal consequences. And this is really, really important from a CAA perspective, because in the end, it makes the difference for a company go fly or don't fly, which can have significant economic impacts. So when we're talking about integrating such data in our process, we also have to consider that legal side. Because what happens, for example, if it goes to court? Let's say a company crashes into a person, there's a fatality, and the court finds, well, ULBA, you filed an authorization over sparsely populated area, but actually we don't believe this is a sparsely populated area. What then? Actually, I don't have an answer to that yet, so this will be one of the questions I raise in the end. But we have to be sure that when we are talking about new data, that we have this legal perspective in mind. What we have as challenges, for example, today is, we have a good idea of how to distinguish between a sparsely populated area and a populated area. But what about, let's say, industrial areas, sports parks, beaches, highways, and so forth? Is, for example, crossing an Autobahn flying over populated area, or is hovering over an Autobahn flying over populated area or sparsely populated area? And what arguments can we in the end bring to actually also base our legal decision on it, that there are certain people at risk and this is then a sparsely populated area or a populated one? And what's also very important, and this goes a little bit to Nathaniel's questions, which I saw on Slido previously, where does the responsibility lie? So when we're issuing, for example, a BVLOS operation over, let's say, 50 kilometers over sparsely populated area, and the operator takes off, flies there, and at kilometer 45, well, there's a gathering of people or a sports event or whatsoever, and the operator is not aware. Is this then the responsibility of the operator to actually validate before taking off that the whole area is sparsely populated? And how should an operator do that when you have a 50 kilometers BVLOS operation? So these are challenges that we also have to deal with today, but which we should be very well aware of when we consider integrating new data into the processes. But let's talk a little bit about what we're doing today from a practical point of view. Also, I think especially addressed to industry, how we handle processes at a CAA. So we're using the software tool QGIS, Quantum Geographic Information System. I think it's well known in the community, and it allows you to create, edit, visualize geospatial data. So it's not really a tool that that an aviation authority is used to do. So we had to learn a lot also during that process. But we really like working with it because it allows us to do sort of data fusion. Because analyzing the population density and assigning a certain ground risk class to a UAS operation is, of course, actually only one part during the authorization process. It's an important one, but we have to take care of much more than actually that population density. We, for example, have to take care of geographical zones. We have to take care of airspaces. We have to take care of, as said, highways, where are airports, where are assemblies of people and stuff like that. And QGIS is a nice tool because we can fuse all that data together and have it in one tool. So from a practical point of view, this is rather satisfying for us. And we also use the global human settlement layer, and we're currently at the version, I think 2019. We're in the process of updating it to 2023. And what we do is we use a resolution of 250 times 250 meters that roughly correlates also to what JAROS proposed now for rather low-level operations. We did a lot of practical tests and found that to be a rather suitable resolution. What we also did is we recomputed our TIFF files that you can download so that we exactly have that border of 300 people per square kilometer. So you see in transparent red, everything there is what the data says is a populated area, and everything in transparent is a populated area, and everything not marked in red is a sparsely populated area. And that tool really helped us at the beginning a lot because it gives you a rather good argumentation basis, and we were much more confident issuing authorizations once we had that data. And what is very important for us, it is data filed by the Commission. So it is open source data. It's available to operators and CAAs because when an operator would use private data that we could not validate, that would be of no use to us in the end. And we can be sure that certain quality standards have been met. But what I would like to stress at this instant, and it sounded to me like a little bit like the elephant in the room, is we're an aviation authority. We're really not experts in anything statistical data for population density and so forth. We're all engineers, so we, let's say, are familiar with the terms and stuff like that, but it's really outside of the area of our expertise. So in the end, what we as aviation authorities require is data that we can easily use, understand, validate, and also communicate to operators. Of course, we know that this must be backed by very good integrity criteria, quality criteria, and so forth. But in the end, to us as users, it comes down to how reliable is the data and how easy to use is it in the end. And everything I tell you now, please don't take it as criticism to the global human settlement layer. This is what we tried a few things, and this is what we always found challenging. So for example, you see here, we took a part of a German town, and you see that, well, the data is not perfect. No data is perfect. We know that for sure. But for example, you see the circulated area in the middle here. This is what we would, from the satellite image, usually consider as a sparsely populated area, and imagine a drone operator would want to fly in that area. The data now says it's a populated one. You see the similar things on the lower part of the picture. So what that also tells us is, of course, no data is perfect, but what's very important for us is we cannot automate that process yet. There always needs to be a human validating this, because of course, a drone operator has every right to fly over a sparsely populated area just because the data has a red mark there, basically. The other thing is, because maybe that has already changed with the data of 2023, because this one is from 2019, you see on the right side, there's a construction site. Satellite image is also, I think, 3 years old, so probably that construction site will be finished. And by chance, I don't want to argue with children, but there's a kindergarten now. So arguing with children is always is always dangerous there. But you know what I mean? That should be a populated area now. So if we would, let's say, use an algorithm, make that decision, we would probably file an authorization there over sparsely populated area, while in fact it's populated. So what that means to us is we always have to have, at least at the moment, a human in the loop. And you see, or you will see on the next slide, that this can really get us into trouble. What we also find very challenging is, and where we do not have an answer yet, JAROS and the model speaks of people at risk. So there's a certain model that computes a probability that when a drone crashes, there's a fatality because people are at risk. But here we're talking about population density, and these two things are not the same. So for example, we have a very high population density at the moment in the room, but for a drone outside flying over the River Rhine with 10 kilograms, we would be not people at risk. It would hit the wall and then nothing would happen. So how do we find that distinction between population density data, be it dynamic, static, or whatsoever, and convert that into actually what fits the JAROS model of people at risk? I don't have an answer for you. Maybe someone in the room has. I'm quite keen to hear it. And this is something where we certainly need to have a discussion also when we think about implementing new data, because there has to be a transformation if we want to continue using that JAROS model, which I think we definitely want to, of pure population density data and people at risk. And what's also, I've talked briefly about that, insurance and reliability issues for a CAA are very important. So what would happen, for example, if the algorithm would not have found that populated area and there would be a fatality and this goes to court? So when we are implementing data, we need to take care of that legal perspective, also in terms of, for example, when the telecommunication provider provides such data. Is it then the legal reliability or the legal liability of that provider to actually say this data is, I don't know, 99% correct, and would that hold up in court? We don't know yet, but and where is this contracted? Will that be a contract between telecommunication service provider and commission, or between NAAs, or between EASA and whatsoever? All that is completely, let's say, in the blur at the moment, and we should have a discussion about that. All right, excellent. Yeah, this is where I shortly said we were in trouble. So there was an operator who asked us, well, I want to fly BVLOS in the whole state of Saxony. And that operator was not able to get an generic authorization for some various mitigation measures, but they were very keen on doing that. And we're usually an authority. If somebody is keen on doing that and they have every right to do it, we're legally bound to help them do it. So, and we had that quite frequently, that industry actually wants to fly BVLOS in very, very large areas. So in the end, we split up Lower Saxony, Saxony into about 1,600 individual squares, which our technical inspectors had to manually check. They came up with, or this company came up with quite sophisticated data at the beginning, or at first glance, it looked quite sophisticated, also state data and building, for the Germans once Katasteramt data and so forth. And well, at the beginning, it looked quite reasonable. But when we had a closer look in detail, we soon learned that, for example, a lot of areas that are actually populated were not included in the data. So we ended up checking that manually. So 2 of our inspectors took 2 weeks off basically to go through the map of Saxony and check that. And I think you get the picture. This is not scalable at all. We cannot do that. If industry would ask us to do that all the time, we would not file any authorization anymore. And this is what is very important to me. When we speak of integrating new data, we have to take care of things like this. The best data, if we cannot use it, or we need to manually check such things, we won't speed up authorization processes. There is a very likelihood of human error in that process. It's even maybe not more likely than we have a safer case than before. And this is very challenging. So what in our perfect world, what we would aim for is, of course, to have that process rather automated. But for that, of course, data must be perfect. And as we know, perfect data doesn't really exist. So we need to have a discussion on what quality criteria we can implement that we as an aviation authority are also comfortable with, because as said, this is really not our area of expertise, that we can base a legal act on it. And this is, I think, challenging. Some side notes, what we also do is we try to fuse, for example, also population density with air risk, geozones, and so forth in one tool. We have a completely digitalized process, so all applicants can just provide a KML file or any other text file with GNSS coordinates, and we integrate that and can directly then check yeah, the ICAO air map, population density, geozones, and so forth. And what we also heard previously was the amount of data that we actually have. Well, for an aviation authority, what we probably also have to be frankly open about, we have servers, but let's say they are limited. We also usually have desktop computers. So we're even now at the moment where, for example, loading times for population densities, air risk maps, and so forth requires new hardware, for example. And this will bring us to the conclusion: costs. I think these new services will not be cheap, I suspect. So how can we, who one has to bear the costs? There are also some implications. Will the operator be forced to use that service? Can we, as an NAA, force an operator to use a certain service? Would that not be market manipulation and stuff like that? So there are a lot of open questions for us. And this brings me to the end of my presentation, where I just fired a few questions which were already kind of asked in similar ways. So I'm not going to repeat everything, but what service is acceptable? Which is good data? How can we measure good data? How can new services be integrated into our existing service, into our existing processes? So we usually do not want to create complete new processes for what we can do already today. So we need to see that we integrate new data into our existing processes. What's a good grid size? We already talked about that. What's people at risk versus population density? How about legal reliability of the data? And what about the costs? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Falk. Exactly, yeah. This is the main topic of today. So we are here actually to receive input on how we can have answered all these questions, because as said by Falk, this is not a field where we are very familiar. Before we go to the next presentation, so Falk was saying that we are using the global human settlement data. Is there any connection with the data from Copernicus? So are these similar data? What are the differences between the two?
Well, it's the same data. So it's let's say we developed the global human settlement layer as a research project, but since basically last year, it was moved under the Copernicus umbrella. So it's the same data set, exactly, only with the difference that we move from the scientific pre-operational to the operational production.
Okay, so good point. So we are still talking about the same data from Copernicus. So an important point, I think, already the first step will be to identify where do we have industrial area, where we have urban area, and when there are other settlement. So maybe one question for Copernicus. How often you are updating the information on the settlement?
Starting from now, every 2 years. So we will get, since we are now in this ramp-up phase of the operational production, we expect the update for the reference year 2022 to be delivered in June 24. Mm-hmm. Then it should be faster, so that basically in September 25 we would get the update for 2024 and so on.
Okay. So this means also what was said by Falk, that in some cases there was the information that were displayed were not accurate because it was then some different setting in there. So 2 years is the rate of update.
Yes, so that is something that should mitigate this a little bit, but there might also be other sources that are updated a bit more. Like there's the European Environment Agency. They are producing also. I don't recall the exact name now. They call it imperviousness layer. So they are mapping all sealed surfaces, so roads, buildings, etc. And that has an update frequency, an annual update frequency.
Okay. Okay, so we can move to the next presentation.
Yeah, so the next presentation will be provided by ENAC. So from Ennio or Marco, if you can hear us and you're online, maybe we can try that you share the screen and we see if we have issues. I can do it.
Good morning. Good morning, Alberto. Good morning.
Good morning.
Natale. Okay, I try to share.
Okay, so it seems that we can see it fine. So yes.
Okay. Okay, today we presented the Italian perspective about population density, and the agenda starts with a general description and challenge sources. This is the SORA 2.5 matrix. This matrix is a quantitative matrix because in the second column you can see the numerical value. This matrix 2.5 SORA differ to 2.0 SORA matrix because this is numerical methods, and SORA 2.5 is essentially qualitative methods. The first point is to choose the correct row in the matrix. This is the crucial step because this is the initial step for determining the final risk level of the assessment. What do you need? You need reliable and updated population density data, because this is the first step of the process for the evaluation of the final risk level of assessment. We are some different type of data, source of data. You can have static source, so data related population density, which is representative of only a specific time today. For example, census data. Census data can be provided by the Research Institute and the Statistical Institute. Census data suffer of some problems because this data the updates of this data don't occur frequently, typically every 10 years, and are expensive. Also, we can have a dynamic source of data. This type of source is based on the data detected in real time. And the availability of such data should be desirable, but sources are difficult to identify, and these data are expensive. This data could be provided by telecom provider, mobile phones, social networks, and etc. The problem of this type of data, possible problems, are privacy rights, and these problems of privacy rights may be investigated in the future, I think. So now we present the Italian project. The Italian project is digital twin for innovative service. It's a cross-tech tech hub managed by INAC and the Department for Digital Transformation of the Presidency of the Council of the Ministers. What is the scope? The scope is to support various entities, for example, startups, operators, authorities, in assessing the feasibility of UAS operations and as a support for the decision-making process and evaluate associated risks. This project, Digital Twin for Innovative Service, is based on the digital twin concept. The digital twin concept is a digital representation of a physical object, process, or complex system. What is the goals? One goal is the development of proof of concept using a digital twin of geographical key elements geographical key elements including airspace volume, infrastructure, stakeholder, etc., with an increasing level of complexity. For example, congest and not congest area. Also, another goal is the application of digital technologies to support risk assessment decision-making progress associated with the construction of new services. Also, using correlation data tools, for example, machine learning and deep learning AI, aim to processing static and real-time data. And finally, coordination with the Italian Cyber Italy project in the context of implementation of IRIDE, Earth Observation Satellite Constellation. This project is a platform with will allow the feasibility evaluation of the operation to be assessed, making available the preliminary risk associated with the characteristic of a scenario and other elements that contribute affect the feasibility. The digital twin for innovative service consists of a georeference system that integrates different data sources to evaluate the feasibility of UAS operation. It's important to consider that this platform will be used as support for decision making for operators and all possible stakeholders. This will provide population density, geographical details, infrastructure, point of interest, regulatory constraint, involves stakeholders operation restriction to be displayed in the intuitive and interactive way to support the decision-making progress. We are a possible scheme, a general scheme of the process. So we are an example. We can use data and satellite imagery as input for a black box. A black box is a machine learning algorithms, better deep learning algorithms, typically would be a convolutional neural network. This permit to extract some characteristics, some layer, which represent the population density layer, for example, obstacle layers, geographical zone layers, and sensible infrastructure. This build a dynamic risk map. The dynamic risk map could be used for decision-making process. So, in conclusion, a possible improvement of this scheme is adding another module on the right with use as input dynamic risk map, a start point and an end point. After the calculation, we can have optimum path at minimum risk level between the initial point A and the final point B. This is an offline module that we can use also as support for decision making. That's all, I think. Thank you for your attention, please.
Thank you, Ennio. So very interesting. We see that nations are trying to find solution on how to enable this drone operation. One question regarding the project you just showed on you are using. So you also including population density data. What level of dynamicity this data will have? Is it only based on census or something more?
We think to use both static data and dynamic data, typically data provided by several telecom providers, and data provided by mobile phone, and in general, if it's possible, using social network. It's a mix of data. This is the idea.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting. I think there is some question. Yep.
Maybe I would like add some question to this project. So this project is ongoing. When is the deadline? And if you must be more concrete about the sources of the data for the population density.
Yes, the project is starting now and finish at the end of December 2024. So it started a few months ago. Is ongoing.
And about the sources of the population density?
Yeah, about the sources, you can use static data and dynamic data, and also we suppose to use satellite imagery maps satellite. Derived by the Iridium Iride, the program in Europe, probably.
Okay, so looks also that then during this project, you may also tackle the same question that so far we were asking here. So for sure, we may also benefit from the outcome of this project. So there are some questions on link and Slido. The first, for location-specific approval, the CAA has to approve the operation and its evaluation. So real-time data could be used only for local independent approvals. You want to answer, Jörg?
I will give one answer, not the only answer, maybe. Actually, that is the purpose of the Annex H that I presented earlier today, that when you are doing this, like if you're using real-time data to show your safety case, then it matters what kind of service you're using for this real-time data and how the responsibilities are shared. So basically, the particular service you use becomes part of your approval, and then you're forced to use this service that you presented in your approval. So this can still be a location specific, like only for a particular city, and in that city you use a particular service provider, and it's at the discretion of the competent authority if it is being extended to more cities or becomes completely location independent. So there's a different answer to this, actually. If you use such a service, you must make sure that you have an appropriate service level agreement that is accepted by your competent authority, and that will be supported by Annex H in the future.
So maybe
if I can just react, because I wrote the question. I wrote it in the very beginning, so it was more towards the introduction when we were talking about historical data and the distinction between average historical data and real-time data. And for me, in nature, the current way regulators are dealing with approval is quite
can be quite varying and quite different, right? They can trust an operator to operate in a location-independent manner and assess the criteria and the places where to fly on their own, but they can also not trust the operator and actually rely on making the verification of the population density and all the other constraints of the SORA by themselves. And here, if we would want to have really meaningful real-time data that could be used in practice, we would need to trust the operator, otherwise it doesn't work, right, in the first place. So you are right to highlight the fact that those services could be recognized and could be used, but then the authority would need also to rely on the fact that this is being used and this is sufficient, and the operator is sufficiently trained and sufficiently able to actually do that on its own. That's my point.
Well, yeah, you're right, Nathaniel, on this instance, but this is frankly what we're doing when filing an authorization, let's say, anyways. So, of course, the operator needs to take care that he operates during the mission according to the authorized manual. And that is the trust that we basically put into every operator, that what would we also then see during the risk-based oversight. But of course, during the authorization process, as Jörg said, that's basically where we have also 13.4, the service level agreement, and the operator is also legally bound to operate according to his or her operating manual. And when the operating manual clearly states that he is not allowed to fly, when, for example, that certain population density service says there are too many people on the ground, then the operator is legally bound also to not fly in that instance, and we would validate that during risk-based oversight.
Yeah, just I think I don't want to hijack the discussion here or the Q&A with that specific topic. I think it's just I don't know how it works with the LBA in general, but my experience is a lot of authorities request a first kind of assessment of a specific place, right, before they can build the trust to actually grant a location-independent approval. And if you follow that logic, in order to assess a specific place, a specific location, you first would need to have the data available for that specific location, which means that you need to use static or real-time or whatever data you have available, which is not necessarily representative of the real-time data you are going to use for actually this location whenever you are going to fly. So that's somehow a bit, from a process perspective, very different than what at least a lot of authorities have been doing so far. I don't know for LBA. I know that for DSAC in France, I'm sure it works this way. I know other countries are also operating this way. So it's maybe a shift in the way that approvals are being done so far.
Yeah, but if I may, I think that here we're not talking about trust of operator A compared to operator B that may not comply with the regulation. So I think here we see that this is a complex topic. So we need to identify some criteria, some guidance that may be used by the operator to assess, to identify what could be the source to assess their ground risk. So what as was presented by Alberto at the beginning, we would like to identify some conditions where different type of data may be used. So in some cases, only the static, maybe the for information coming from Copernicus, free data may be used. In some other cases, we need to use some historical population density data. In other cases, we need to have the real-time population density data. But then we should also have the assessment by someone that will say that the service that you are using by the service provider A is good, but maybe in one nation, the service provider B is not meeting the minimum level of fidelity. So and this is something that in some way needs to be assessed, and I don't think that we can give to the operator to decide what they want, also because we see it's a very complex system. So it's already difficult here for us to evaluate what are these criteria. So if we need to find a way to harmonize, and our aim here is to provide this kind of guidelines.
Oh.
So we can move to the next question. Approximate location of the person is not good enough for low level operations accuracy resolution. What can we expect when can we expect fully functional service? So ready to privacy. So I think it's also this maybe we are going to cover this topic also in I think next presentation, because privacy I think is a factor, especially where you have the real time population density data. Now, well, here you need to find I think the right balance between accuracy and what is possible to have. So maybe let's have this discussion, this question later, when we will have the discussion with the company provided the real-time data. So small drones are not dangerous for people inside the house or a car. Pedestrian or bicycles are more relevant. Shall density maps consider this? It is also something that we look for answer here, because yeah, that's clear. Pedestrian and bicycle are more relevant. Not sure how we will be able to identify if people on the street, if they are in a car or are in the street. Maybe I don't think that we have the resolution that we can say is are on the pedestrian or in the middle of the street where most probably there are cars. And this is something also that we need to put this in our equation and then be part of our evaluation. But at this moment,
maybe just to complement, we also mentioned it before, but at least for people inside the house, more than population density can be also a mitigation, an M1 mitigation that consider sheltering. So if it's not considered when assessing the ground risk, still there is the possibility to consider a reduction of people at risk by applying a mitigation. So demonstrating that a certain number of people are inside a building.
So the next question is on the frequency of census data. Yeah, I think that is a good input. So that was also one of the discussion we had also before with Copernicus. What is the update of frequency of the? Want to give an answer?
Yeah, maybe I can start, and Eurostat can also complement if needed. So in our case, what we do, we use the demographic projections for each of the countries, where you have an increase in population of X percent, and you have also the age distribution, and then you can project it to the reference year. So we have, let's say, with our current data from 2018. That rely on a census from 2011, then we project this from 2011 into the future to 2018 to be as accurate as possible.
I could add, well, currently there is the grid-based data from which I spoke is based on the census data every 10 years. However, there is also, based on administrative region, an update of the population annually. And from 2026 onwards, there will be also available then grid-based data on annual or multi-annual data. So most probably annual data, so that you have an update of the grid of the residence population at the square kilometer grid on an annual basis within Europe.
Yeah.
Maybe just a quick additional comment also that came to my mind now. So since we rely still on census data, we don't take quick population movements, Ukraine crisis, where suddenly there's a huge influx of refugees. This is currently not covered, at least with our data.
Yeah, thanks. So this is another important factor to introduce in our equation. So a lot of items. Please.
Okay, we are talking of population, but in principle we are aiming at risks. there are also in what we saw that there are methodologies of mapping population, what is done then by the JRC, of disaggregating population, then based, for example, on buildings density and so on. So what I can see as well here is that also land use information can be very valuable, because you are assuming as well that people are present in certain types of land use types or not. So, for example, parks, forests, agricultural areas. So instead of using this indirectly for the population density, you could as well use this directly in the assessment of risks as well.
Thank you. Okay, we can move to the next question. For LBA, in your experience, have static data been sufficiently good to agree on the intrinsic ground risk class identified by US operators?
Yeah, so if I get the question correct, yes, of course, we have discussions with operators on border cases, if that is now a sparsely populated area or a populated one. But so far, and because there is only this, let's say, one significant distinction, sparsely populated and populated one, and you can very well also visualize that we all know that, yeah, an urban area is a populated one, and we have an idea of what a sparsely populated area is. We usually, at the moment, have made good experience with that. So, of course, there are sometimes discussions about border cases, but in general, the distinction, at least for us, works quite well.
Thank you. Thank you. So the question from Raul, maybe I think we will cover in the next session. So let's see this one. If the data does only cover static data, is the assumption true that road traffic density data cannot count on data from both presentation?
Yeah, I think this was also for the morning session, probably. Yes, yeah. We don't cover any movement.
Fabio, if you want to intervene, please.
Yes, so in principle, it is also possible to estimate the traffic flow along highway from mobile phone data. Actually, I personally did some piece of work many years ago on this. So in principle, it is possible, because you have a dynamic view. Again, when using mobile phone data, also in this case, there is always, let's say, a problem, as I said, of calibrating. And yes, census data, as I mentioned, is one possibility, but we really have to assess whether census data is sufficient or is sufficient to estimate mobile phone data that are capturing, by definition, at so-called floating population, so people that are not registered but are there. So that's why I was mentioning a 2 years big project from Eurostat, not to focus only on census data, but to have a broader view and say, okay, what data do we need to seriously calibrate the MNO data? Census data is one candidate. Let's see if during the project we find out that this is the best one. If you have an inflow of people in a certain area that are not, that in certain countries, for instance, the people do not usually reside where they are formally registered or where they have declared themselves, right? So in some countries, this is a good matching, in some other not. So I would say that the problem of validation and calibration is important. Also for this, we are looking at considering the possibility, still a research possibility at the moment. There's no commitment, but we want to evaluate how much would it cost and what additional benefit would it bring to have, let's say, ad hoc sample surveys designed with the purpose to adjust this data. So basically, I have replied to also a previous question, I think.
Thank you. However, no, maybe it will be I have a naive consideration, but when I'm driving from point A to point B, normally I have good information regarding traffic. So apparently, the information of how many cars are on the street is quite reliable, and I can even try to plan a trip from A to B, and I can use some historical data that in have some sort of reliability. So I think there is something there that maybe we can consider.
But it's not the data from the mobile network operator that you are using, right? The data paid from Google or from some specific apps. And as I said, I was referring to the data from the telcos.
So here at this moment, we are in this brainstorming phase. So we are trying to understand what kind of data are available. So from all kinds of sources, actually. Okay. So also the question on mobile telephone for children, maybe we will discuss later when we talk about population density, the mobile telephone companies. Will I need the M2 mock parachute given the population density area, such urban or semi-urban areas? So yeah, here I think that we are a little bit, it's not exactly the topic of today. So I think that the M2, we were talking about means of compliance to reduce the energy at impact or the impact area of a drone, for sure. Then as today in SORA 2.2.0, we consider there is some credit because reducing the population, the critical area may reduce the number of people at risk. Tomorrow with the population density data, we may have better information on how this can be reduced, but I don't so. But the concept is not changing, so we are using the mitigation within SORA in the same way, I think. And also how the adjacent area is determined. Yeah, also this one will be covered by SORA 2.5. So in SORA 2.5, we have a definition of how it is determined. So what is your quantified vision for the spatial area currently present in SORA 2.0 and the rated PD arrays? So today in SORA 2.5, there is already a table that link the terminology that we have in SORA 2.0, sparsely populated and assembly of people, with possible values of population density. So at the end, when we will have SORA 2.5, we will update all PD arrays and to change from the value that are qualitative value to the quantitative value that will come from SORA 2.5. So then PD array will be managed as all the other authorization that we will have. To Falk, do you share your QGIS layer for applicants to enable them to use the same data visualization tool in application process?
Kind of tricky question because most of the data or all data that we use is available in the public domain. So the layers can be recreated quite easily. Sharing the layers is a bit problematic directly because the layers always link to the files that are located on our server. For example, when we're using the global human settlement layer, that's the big TIFF file laying on a server. So sharing that would not be any use to the applicants because they would need to download the data first. But for example, concerning geozones and stuff like that, there's this DPool homepage from our Ministry of Transport, and they also give you an export function for all the geozones that you can easily implement in the system. So directly sharing the layers did not work in the past. So but you can rather easily recreate them because the data is available that we use for it.
Thank you. The next question is for Fabio. Are MNO really able to provide the exact approximate location of people, taking into account the legal constraints, both real-time and post-factum?
Well, we are not discussing about providing. First of all, there are technological limits to the spatial granularity with whom you can, let's say, pinpoint a single device. That varies between urban area and not urban area. For sure, when the MNO are not able, in the majority of the case, would not be able, the network is not able to provide a point, but they typically provide a certain extended area, like representing the cell coverage. So there are technical limitations. With respect to the legal constraints, we are not aiming at identifying the position of the people, but identifying the number of people in a certain area. So that's the data that should be spit out from the processing. Now, in order to get to this data that will be anonymous, is just the number of people, and additional protection measure can be taken when the number of people is below a certain threshold, to reinforce, let's say, to further decrease the possible personal identification risk. So how you get there? You have to process data that are personal data. So MNO data are personal data according to the personal identifiable data according to the definition of GDPR, which means that according to GDPR you need to take some protection measures, you need to have some legal basis, etc. So in order to provide to be legally compliant, we need to define a set of protection measures. And in order to define the protection measure, we need to define a methodological framework where to explain exactly what type of data is used, how the data are transformed. So that's also why I covered in tangent way in my presentation. Having a methodological framework at the European level allows us to clarify what protection measures we need to be there in order to be compliant at the European level. So in the perspective, the answer would be yes, it will be possible if in our view, if all the steps that we take to get there are successful. Already now, MNO data have legal basis to provide not, let's say, the location of individuals, but the number of individuals in a certain area. And they have a legal basis, and they have some privacy policy that they are implement in the house that I assume have been checked with the data protection authority. So I think the question is formulated is a bit misleading. Nobody wants to provide the exact location of individuals. We want to provide the number of individuals in certain extended area. And to get there, we don't need the exact allocation of individuals.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that also when later we'll discuss about the real-time data, so we also discuss the privacy concern, maybe that will lead to have a minimum number of people, so say a threshold under which we cannot provide information on population density, otherwise people may locate exactly where individuals are.
But excuse me, but just on this, what I see from the slide is that you are not interested to know the exact number, but just to know that the number is below 25. 25 is already in the order of the same threshold that is typically used by the operators as a threshold for k-anonymity. So already, if you say we don't want to know the real number, but we are happy if you tell us if it's below 25.
Yes.
Right. This is already most likely considered to be an anonymous data. So this, let's say, we have one problem less, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. So the next has consideration been given to allowing UAS to do live abroad head counting and dynamic risk assessment, allowing risk-bounded adaptive mission planning?
Yeah, maybe I'll take this one. Already in the consultation version of SORA 2.5, the VLOS has been removed from the ground risk table and has been included in Annex B as a mitigation. Now actually it changed name. It's not VLOS anymore, but it's called ground observation, because the real goal to mitigate the risk is to be able to see the area over which the drone is flying. And according to the current status of the common resolution, this mitigation allows to have a technical mean that can be a camera live on board that the remote pilot can use to check in real time the situation on the ground and avoid flying over areas with a high population density. And then the criteria for the mitigation is similar as the other mitigation. So if you're able to reduce of one order of magnitude the people that you are overflying, then you will be able to get 1 point of credit.
Maybe I can comment on this one. We also had that discussion for BVLOS flights in the PDRA working group in JAROS. Also with the VLOS mitigation, it raised some other questions concerning how's an operator, when there should be a head count, there should be a limit number where the head count is basically too much. How do we define this number? How far do we have to look ahead when flying BVLOS? So at least for the BVLOS case, it triggered a whole lot of new questions where ongoing discussions are present at the moment. So for the VLOS, I think we found a good solution, but for BVLOS, and maybe that question triggered a little bit in the BVLOS direction, these are ongoing discussions without a clear target now. Yeah.
Thank you. Since you were talking, so maybe there was a question for you. See if you're already accepting
okay, I continue talking.
Yeah.
This is certainly not a yes/no question. It would very much depend. So for the intrinsic GRC classification, we are somewhat bound by AMC material to populated and sparsely populated, and these terms are also defined in guidance material. But in SORA 2.0, there are already now mitigation measures where dynamic population density data could certainly play an important role. I think of an M1 mitigation where the operator, for example, on medium would need to provide evidence that there are fewer people on the ground, and this is certainly something where dynamic population density data can also work at the moment under SORA 2.0. But this will certainly be a case-by-case analysis at the moment.
Is there any other authority online that want to provide their view?
For this question, Natale, I think that because the SORA is a qualitative method, dynamic population densities probably is not necessary. And so you can use this data to support the decision, but in general, it's not necessary.
Thank you. Is anyone, I don't know if there are other authority online, but I think only if they are panelists, they can intervene. Okay, let's move to the next question regarding MNO data. An exact location is needed if we want to increase the resolution of data, or it is wrong assumption. So I think we're still discussing.
Yeah. Yes and no. Of course, if you have the exact location, then estimating the number of people in a certain area is trivial. It's just counting. But what we typically aim at doing is not counting, but is providing an estimate that has, of course, also a range of uncertainty. And such estimate can be provided also at a spatial granularity that is lower than the let's say spatial uncertainty that you have on individual. because the density of population is not an attribute of an individual, but of the population. So in principle, even if the individual location data are, let's say, have an uncertainty, let's say, of several hundred meters, you still can provide the estimate within a certain uncertainty bound at the level of, I don't know, 100 times 100 meters. So in the project that I was referring, our reference grid on which the estimation is carried out is 100 by 100 meters. Does not mean that the data are accurate, always are accurate at 100-meter resolution. Most likely they will do so in the urban area, densely populated area, and probably they will not be so accurate at in the rural area. So it's a little bit more complex. But even if we had the exact location available from the input data, even in that case, this data, let's say, will need to be treated and processed in safe environment with additional protection measures, such that what comes out of it and what is delivered to the company or to the users will necessarily be anonymized. So. And there is a second question of MNO, maybe I can immediately, about children of population without mobile device are considered. As I said before, the MNO data see mobile device. There are people like children, not only children, that have no mobile device. There are many people, including myself, that have two mobile devices, one for work, one for private. So there is an estimation process for going to count from devices, from mobile device to people. And in doing so, we need some external reference data. For instance, we need a survey to say how many people do not carry a mobile phone, how many people carry two or more mobile phones. That's one of the calibration problem that, as I said, we are aware are there, and we intend to, let's say, to solve with some external reference source. Which one and in which way is the focus of the project that we are just starting next month.
So now we have a couple of slots where we will have joint presentations from mobile network operators. And the first slot is from Ericsson, Proximus, and Swisscom. So they will provide their presentation together. And so I'll give the floor to the first presenter, and I will share my screen. Floor to you.
Right, thanks. Good to see the energy now after lunch, everyone. So we are a team of speakers, and we will present, so to say, our findings and perception on how the mobile network operator domain can help the ground risk analysis to become better, we hope. We have split this presentation up in 4 sections. So the first part, let's see, can I shift the let's see, in 4 parts. So I will talk a little bit about the characteristics of the data that we have available in the mobile network to use for dynamic data, and then Philip from Swisscom will go into kind of experience from running this service in Switzerland, and Gadi how the service is running in Belgium with Proximus, and then the last part here is Lily from Ericsson will talk about the safety of the data, or the privacy and security of the data that we are using, and also about the ecosystem, how the ecosystem looks like for providing and potentially aggregating then the data in a market. So that's the different parts. So looking at Ericsson then, if we look at the whole world, so to say, outside China, we have today 50% of all mobile traffic running through Ericsson equipment in 5G. So this is extensive now, and we're seeing more than 152 live networks. So this is becoming a reality everywhere. 5G networks, and the focus here is how we can use all of that radio equipment and mobile network equipment to improve the ground risk analysis. So having, so to say, data in the network, location data in the network continuously being updated, that of course in its kind of nature brings a chance to do real-time analysis, but also looking at historical data. And with historical data, you can do predictions. So all of these aspects are possible to achieve based on a mobile network data. So what have we done historically? I would say for me and for Ericsson, it started off in the 2000 area where TomTom wanted to have real-time traffic information to be able to serve, so to say, the car owners with better navigation services. So already at that time, we used GSM data to anonymously, with anonymous data, really understand the traffic pattern and the speed on the roads to help knowing if there is a traffic jam or not. So that was kind of where the journey started. And this was deployed and used and approved in many markets in Europe. Then that evolved into using kind of the same network location data to save lives. For instance, in Australia, this example of saving lives in bushfire warning system, sending out messages only to people in a local area where there is a kind of a risk. So what we have learned from that is that the data is trusted. It's proven in a mission critical environment as well, not only in the traffic help, but also in a mission critical perspective. So now we are taking these learnings into the LTE and eventually the 5G domain to also see how we can serve the SIM density. So this is where we're at the moment, and we've been working with TDC, for instance, on this to build kind of a service on how to use the mobile network data for a SIM density we call analysis. So the characteristics of the data. It's real-time data. What does it mean with real-time data? So the data, when it's updated in the network, when there is an event happening in the mobile network, the location data is updated. And when that is happening, it's happening in real time. But that does not mean that we have at all time real-time updates of a user. But when we get an update, then it's very quickly calculated into a positioning and used in the risk analysis. So that aspect, it's real time. When it comes to understanding where people are at all time, then it's more of a near real time, because the frequency of the updates goes very well hand in hand with how people are moving and how people are active in the device. So in the nighttime, when people are sleeping, we get very little data. But in the peak hour, typically you get updates every minute of a user. So that means that you have a very good view of kind of near real-time view of where people, when on move and when active, when awake. What is the accuracy then of this data? And that can vary. It varies quite a bit of depending on the radio network, how it's built. If it's dense network, we have better accuracy. That means in the city area, we have better accuracy. In the countryside, we have less radio, and then we have less accurate information. So you could say in the LTE space, it varies in ranges from like 200 meters to 1,000 meters, something like that. So that is a range we have on the raw data that is used for the risk analysis. Then there are ways to improve this. You could come down to 50 meters in the city area. So there are ways to kind of calibrate and improve the data, but that comes at the cost as well. But there are ways to improve it further. But this is kind of the expectation that we should have on the data. the data is, of course, anonymized if you have an identity of the data. So we need to manage that very carefully. So we make sure that the data is not surviving, the identity is not surviving for a long period of time. And there you can define if it's 1 hour or if it's 2 days. That's kind of flexible. So there, for this purpose, you can have like half an hour or so. You can shut it off because you're not really interested in monitoring how people are moving. You're just interested to know how many people you have in this area. Then, how is this deployed in a network? Here you can activate based on the radio. So you can activate it for a city, you can activate it for an area of a city, you can activate it for a whole country. That's how flexible it is, so to say, to activate this technology. And it covers every connected device. That means that roamers, people coming from abroad, is also kind of in this. So we capture, in that sense, every connected device, which means that we have a very good, so to say, confidence in that we know that there are people or not. And then this is all provided in over open APIs. So this is what is being done today, and something that can be done in pretty much every market where you have radio, not only Ericsson, but other radio equipment as well. But then thinking about what's the next step, there potentially could be more things happening. Now we have like real-time location data, we have historical, and we have prediction capability. But looking here as well, to further enhance the risk analysis, we could look at, are you indoor, outdoor? So we could look at radio parameters. When using this data, we can have a fairly good chance of knowing whether you're indoor or outdoor, because it's thick walls. So the characteristics of radio is different from when you're indoor or outdoor. It's not like 100%, but it could also help. So this is what we have seen in research, that this could be an area to look at, as well as improving the accuracy, as well as looking at, if you're on a train, to exclude these, because there is less risk if you're on the train. A group of people moving quickly, then that can be excluded. So there are some things that we can also further enhance going forward. So that is a little bit on the characteristics of the data that is used. And now I would like to hand over to Philip to talk about what Swisscom is doing.
Good. First of all, thanks a lot that we can be here. By us, it's a bit special because we are a mobile operator, but we are also a drone operator. So we see the both sides. This is sometimes handy, but sometimes it can also be a bit frustrating. And I try a bit to answer the questions, especially from a market perspective, because obviously as drone operator, we did look into where are the really market needs, because this is what we do as Swisscom. We help digitalize Switzerland and in general. And that's why we look where is the market, the biggest market need, and what needs to be done that we can fulfill that market need. Just that you know, so the compartment, the unit has 2 parts. The good guys, this is really drone operator, where we want to enhance the security by flying drones. So it's important for us as well, or even more, that it is safe. And then we have also the bad guys. This is a drone detection. At the moment with the Ukraine war, we see, or the world sees the potential what also can happen with drone, but also there are already solutions out there which can prevent any perimeter from bad drones, just that you have also heard that. Good. Yeah, using drones for efficiency and more safety. Now, does data, ground risk data, need to be dynamic? This is a question where you could just easily say it depends, but most likely you are not here to hear that from me. That's why I try a bit to elaborate where the biggest market need is. So in Switzerland, and most likely also in Europe, there is a huge need of security personnel. And there the drone is the best possible thing to help on that. But obviously, where security is normally there are also a lot of person, and with a people density tool, you can with a dynamic people density tool, you can still fly safely in urban areas. And then another big market is inspection, automated inspection. Here by this picture, most likely you would answer, okay, historical data is enough, not dynamic data, but every electric line in the end ends in a city. Therefore, I would say also there is a dynamic data, historical dynamic data here, very important. And then the last biggest use case where we are working on is in special areas where you need to protect people, like on construction sites. This is a sensor, LoRa sensor, so you can push and then we get a location. This is what many use. And obviously then a drone can save life. Now you would say, okay, for this people density doesn't matter, but also here often you cannot fly through construction area because of cranes and so on. There is a high air risk, so the best way is to fly around. So also there you are in need of dynamic ground density data. And then also something which needs to be said, at least how we see it. I mean, the future and how also the market will scale is in BVLOS with 5G drone. And we try now to find or to figure out ways how to do that safely. And for this, we have 3 tools where we ourselves are convinced that we can fly safely. The one side is to calculate the mobile reception in the air, which is very important for a safe flight. Then also Air Scout, where we see where is which airplane flying around. As long as there is no use space available, we think we just need to make sure that we are far away with the drone from airplane. But this is nowadays possible. And then the tool we are speaking now is the people density tool, which is in my eyes really the most important thing because, if you don't fly over people, the risk is way smaller, and this is what we all in the end want to achieve. Why is it so important? So on the top, you see the population density. That's Zurich, and there this cycle, that's the Bahnhofstrasse. For everyone who knows what, or for those one who don't know what the Bahnhofstrasse is, it's the most famous shopping street in Switzerland. And you see what happens. So in the population density data, obviously there are just stores, so you don't see there that many people. But obviously, when you look into the people density tool, in the afternoon you see half Switzerland is shopping there, and you definitely should not fly there. Also, the retail companies would accept with that statement. So you see how important for us it is to have that kind of dynamic data. And also, this is a customer location, which you see there on the left. And you see also within 1 week, there can be huge difference. So this is also something you need to take into place because, on Friday, we heard already that example. Obviously, at some place, there is a lot more going on and you don't want to fly there. Now, how do we do that? You have already heard that from Ericsson, how the technology behind. And important is to know it is not tracking people. It's defining amount of people within area, because that's in the end a risk. Do I fly over 150? Do I fly over 5? So we don't want to locate an individual person. We want to define how safe is it to fly over a certain area. And we can do that, and by the extrapolation to 100%, this is quite easy for a mobile operator, as we know per region quite well our market share. So this can be done quite well by ourselves already. Then the other big question, which we've heard already today a couple of times, is the data protection. Data protection. We have heard that is very important. And yes, it is, especially in Switzerland. We are very careful with that. But this year, as I said, it's not tracking down people. It's defining amount of people. So there is no issue with that, because this is not Mr. X epsilon. This is a number. But what is a problem, if there are not that many people in an area, obviously then you can kind of track a family down. If you have the number 4, which is then moving in the dynamic data. But we found with our lawyers a rule which can be easily applied. So we don't show below 21 people if that's in a quarter. So we are sure that we can comply to that data protection rules, and that's how it works. And so we speak about 100 meters. Below 20 is normally not a problem. That's not a populated area. So there you don't really need a distinction in that. So I think we found for that problem also a solution how to solve it, that it is good for the data protection rules and also for us as let's say as flying partner. And then there was also the question like how long it needs to go back, and what's with like real life data, and especially by the flight planning. So we have data 2 years back. Is this necessary? Not really. But obviously, in every place you have a certain, the terrace here or the beer garden in Germany. Obviously, in summer it's way more more populated. So we collect our data 2 years ago, and based on that we do then a decision. And then what we do as a flight in general, before the flight, in the flight planning, you need to have a prediction. And that's why it's always also going to be a prediction. But based with historic data of 2 years, for every hour, you can train the prediction model very well. What we take into account is the weather, because this is a huge factor. But with that, you can really train the prediction model. And it's quite easy to train it, because you will then always see the result, and you can compare that easy. So you can pretend that prediction model, and from an AI perspective, it's quite an easy job to do. Good. Just that you want to see, this is a customer of us. And this is a typical case. If you want to protect that perimeter with cameras or with security personnel, this huge expo holes, then you need a lot of stuff which is not available. So here a drone is actually protecting that perimeter, but obviously just when there is no expo running, or when there is not an event as such. But this is a typical example like how important dynamic data is, because it's in the middle of the city. Normally there are just a really few people there, but obviously when there is an expo event, then there are a lot. And maybe to answer the question, how can we look at it, how good the data is, like by such event, when you have sensor which you count, then you have a good measurement, and you can compare it. And yeah, always we are very close, so it's plus minus a couple people. And sometimes the sensor then from event says after the event minus 10 people. So there you have also variation. So the data are very good. And to answer already other question, I mean, we know to who a mobile number is owned. And also when it's a business number, we can, often we know also, or we know the person behind. So you know basically to who owns it. So we don't count normally all the IoT devices and smartwatches and all those gadgets. Good. That's already from my side. There is not enough time, but I'm happy to show you the tool because it's available. I can just show it to all of you. We use it for our drones. We use it obviously to have a higher security level for the authority, but also for ourselves, because also industry, it's very important that you have safe flight. So all our flights are supervised by the people density tool. Good, thanks. Then I give further to my colleague from Proximus.
Yes, hello. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And
Okay.
also, if you wish to, I can keep sharing the screen, or if you wish to do it, if you're more comfortable, it's fine.
It's okay if you share the screen.
Okay.
So my name is Gerdy, and I work in the innovation department in Proximus Next, which is like the B2B department for Proximus, which is a mobile operator and a telco operator within Belgium. So if you can go to the next slide. I have been involved in what we call location analytics, which is exactly the fact of using data coming from the mobile network to provide insights to various customers. Initially, it was not for drone operators because we started this business in 2014 already, but there are still some things that we are doing for other customers which are useful for drone operators. We are not a drone operator ourselves, but we cooperate with some Belgian companies on this. So effectively, if we're talking about SIM density or people density, where does it come from? It comes from passively monitoring connections that devices make to the network. And what you see here is a map of Belgium. And each time a device connects to the network, this happens in a cell coverage area, which is represented by the polygons that you see there. It's important to know that the cell density is a lot higher in urban areas like Brussels, Antwerp, but the cells can be a lot bigger in rural areas. In our case, it's about 5 million devices that we see every day, and that gives us more than 2 billion of location records, 24 by 24, 7 by 7. And we do different use cases on that. And one of them is real-time counting, which is especially relevant for this. There have been questions on, are you able to filter machine-to-machine applications and IoT? Yes, we are, because in the signaling, we know the device type. There are also some phone ranges which are specifically reserved to IoT, and we can also do some behavior analysis that allow us to exclude machine-to-machine devices. There are questions on the market shares and how much do you need. We have a market share of 40%, and we found that it's more than adequate to estimate population density, because then we are talking about extrapolation factors of in the order of 2.5. Next slide, please. So how do we do that? If a mobile connects to the network, it connects to a cell, but of course the cell can be very big or it can be very small. And there was a question on that also. So what you see here is a map with the number of square kilometers per cell. And the red ones are the biggest ones. So our biggest cell is something like 42 square kilometers. But of course, in real urban areas, the cell sizes are a lot bigger, especially if we have indoor locations or we have what we call microcells, which are covering just a specific street. We do this for 2G, 3G, 4G, and since recently also for 5G. So we take into account all the technologies. Next slide, please. So what we have done is we have developed an API, in fact, where somebody who is using this API can define a zone, which is in fact the area of measurement, and that is translated into a grid. Why do we translate it in a grid? Because the cells are dynamic. Sometimes cells are removed, sometimes cells are co-located or relocated, sorry. So this changes, and we don't want to expose this information, in fact, to our customers. The cell sizes or the grid sizes that we use are, of course, dependent on how large the area that needs to be monitored is, because monitoring the whole of Belgium at a bin size of 200 by 200 meters, sending data every 5 minutes, that would not be very very performant, let's say. So of course, when we define the grid, we have to look at the underlying cell sizes, because in our case, we can only do the counting on cell level. We are not allowed, for privacy reasons, to do triangulation and these more advanced algorithms yet, but we are discussing this with our legal departments. I have some other slides about privacy, but basically the most adequate protection is the aggregation. So there we are also only able to report when the number of located SIM cards is above a certain level. And of course, we also have to do extrapolation, because our API will return the number of estimated people there, not only the SIMs which are seen on our network. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is an actual view of the service that we have. That's a little tool we built on top of this API, which shows in high detail the number of people that are in a certain place. And then, of course, we also have time information, because once you capture this information, you can also timestamp it, and then you can get insights over time and also do predictions and this kind of stuff. Next slide, please. Yeah, so in order to start off this service, we have been cooperating with Eurostat and Stadtbill. Some of the people are here also online, where we did a study, in fact, to see whether our data makes sense. And in fact, we have observed a number of things. One of the challenges in trying to find some kind of ground truth is that it really doesn't exist. The ground truth of how many people are where at a certain place is very difficult to grasp. There is census data, but this is where the people are registered. There is mobile operator data, is where people are. But what is the ground truth? How can you compare these two data sets? So we have tried anyway. So what we saw is that the correlation between census data and mobile network operator density data has a good correlation at night. But it's not perfect, because there are good reasons for this. There are places like the Belgian coast, for instance, where a lot of people are registered, but they don't live there all year round. There is harbors where little people are registered, but a lot of people are during night. So we've tried a few things, and maybe this gives some leads on how we can quantify the level of confidence. But basically, I think what we've learned here is that mobile network operator has a good correlation with census data, and there is a good explanation for the places where it is not really correlated. Next slide, please. Yeah, there are of course a few instances where we are able to look into this in more detail. What we have done here, and what you see on the graph, is a festival. Now, this is an easy place to measure things, because you can put IoT sensors, you can put counting cameras, and you can compare this with the mobile phone data. So the little triangles that you see there is what we got from our data, and the other things are from other IoT sensors. What we see here is that both in time and in the amount of people that are detected, there is also a very good correlation. But of course, this is like a very nice opportunity to compare the different things. And also here, even though there is a variation between mobile network operator data and data coming from sensors, here we have also an explanation why there is a differentiation between these two. And that is because there are also a lot of people around the festival area which have not been detected by the cameras, for instance. So here also, these are some kind of the methodologies that we have used to assess really the quality of MNO data. Next slide, please. Yeah. So there's a lot of debate already about privacy. So what we've seen in the mobile network operator world, let's say, is that there are two ways of processing this kind of data. Either you can, when you detect a SIM, you can give it an anonymized key and then keep that key only for a short time. But we've also seen use cases where we can use a longer lived ID. and they both enable different use cases. So for crowd density, the short-lived ID should be adequate. For longer-lived IDs, then you can do more profiling things, like you could know what is the most likely living place of a SIM card, and you could also estimate whether it's a moving SIM card or a non-moving SIM card. So there are some things that you can do by using longer-lived IDs, which could even help to do some kind of profiling on the crowd density data. Every data point we store is very sensitive data, although it's anonymized. The location fingerprint is quite unique, so an additional privacy measure, and you will find that by all operators, is that we can only produce aggregated data, and we have to set a threshold. And the thresholds, that's not exact science. They have been agreed with our internal privacy commission and within the company, but also with the privacy authorities. And in our case, we cannot disclose information when the groups are smaller than 30 persons before extrapolation. Next slide, please. So there were some questions also about the predictability and the experience that we have there. It really depends on the area you are monitoring. What you see here is 3 weeks of data, 2 weeks is measured, and the third week is predicted and then also measured. But this is an exact case where there is a very good seasonality and it's very predictable because it's very regular. But there are areas, of course, where it's not the case. So how long do you have to use the data to do the prediction? If it's, for instance, a coastal area, then this is very much weather dependent, holiday dependent. You need a much longer time spent to do the predictions. And at the right side, what you see there is an actual use case that we've done for a drone. Is you see the GPS data of the drone, and what we have done is overlaid the predicted SIM density or people density in the top right. But what is also important, you have your prediction, you have to check whether the prediction is still valid at the moment your drone is flying, which is in the bottom one where we compare the prediction with the actual people density at that moment that the drone is flying. And it can be higher or lower. So I think this is very important information for the drone operation, let's say. Next slide, please. Yeah, and then I give back the word to Lily from Ericsson, which will then summarize all of this and also talk about the APIs that we will offer.
Thanks, Hadi. Yeah, thank you. And we just heard actually, I'm Lily from Ericsson and looking at the digital airspace's network service exposure. So we just heard today from what CSP SIM density map can do, and also some real life best practice by Swisscom and Proximus. So I would like to also looking into a bit deeper first on the question of security and privacy. I think this morning there is a lot of questions on that as well. And also we were talking about the telecommunication industry harmonization efforts on the aggregation. So first of all, the telecommunication industry is actually subject to highly regulated security measures. Besides the product design, development, and deployed, it also actually crossed the whole life cycle of its service offering. So some examples showing here is like a consumer service, like a UMI daily mobile service, a critical society service, like an emergency service, private network, like an automobile factory. That's a lot, I think, in Germany. And then also the consumer IoT, like Apple Watch or Samsung Watch. So the drone utilizing telecommunication service will be treated actually into the same family, as well as what we are talking about today, the SIM density map. So next, please. Yeah. So when we are talking about, let's say, privacy and security in telco, what are we really talking about? So on the privacy aspects in Europe, all the European telecommunication operators by default need to ensure compliance with the GDPR, which is a really famous one for the subscriber privacy. And from Ericsson, development point of view, we do also GDPR, but also with the enhanced with the international standards and also the industry best practice. On the security side, let's say telecommunication industry is actually subject to highly security measurements with a variety of standards. And some example of this is like listing here is like ISO 27001, the European Telecommunication Standard Institute with NIST, GSMA standards. So that's actually a very long list of a book. So from that aspects, I think both, let's say, telecommunication and aviation industry are highly considered or highly alike in that aspects, considering for security and also privacy. Next, please. Yeah, thank you. On top of that, actually, telecommunication industry also are a highly standardized industry. We really love standardizations. So one of the things I would like to bring here today is actually very relative to some of the question, actually a presentation, I think from Eurostat and also some questions in the chat this morning coming up on basically telecommunication, let's say industry has a global harmonization service API offers. So this is a defined standards for providing a service exposing for industry like drones to consume. And the organization itself is called GSMA Open Gateway. It is established actually to serve this kind of purpose. And today it has 29 CSPs globally, representing 60% of the global traffic. So today's, for example, the presented it earlier today, Philip from Swisscom, they are part of the founder operators, and some of the others are like, I think Vodafone's are coming soon, and then also a DT, etc. So this is not only a telco standardization, but it's also to speed up the good momentums. Camara projects within Linux Foundation. It is established. It's open source projects that are for the Telco Global API Alliance, and they are working together with the GSMA Open Gateways and providing a standardizations onto the APIs, exposing APIs that offering towards the industry. And some of these examples like Proximus and Ericsson has collaboration on this, and there is various players and people are like in the members of the Camara and pushing the whole industry, both from telcos and also from IT industry. So on top of that, of course, we never forgot about privacy and security. And PM Forums actually further provides the security and privacy frameworks to wrap around these APIs and guarantees safe and secure the manners being developed, and then to exposing with the seamless, easy ways to exposing this kind of APIs. So next, please. Thank you. And what does that actually mean for the services that can be actually consumed by the drone industry? That means actually single CSPs can provide a unified network service exposure and SIM density. That is like on the bottom level here that you can see that lines with the local CSP SIM density exposure. And on top of that, actually aggregation supporting by the standardizations there, the aggregated SIM density exposure is possible. And this is something that can providing enhanced privacy and also a higher level of confidence from aggregated both from different CSPs in the same country, which means that you are always having, let's say, a unified kind of experience. And also the level of confidence of this will be higher since you have aggregated more populations counted in the data. The enhanced privacies will be even higher because you won't be able to trace back who is from which, this data is from which network, and hence who is that, whose location it is. So everything has been anonymous and then treated in an aggregated way. So from this both methods, it providing actually a unified APIs that actually towards the ANSP can be consumed by SIS, can be USSP, UAV operators and other authorities that in a safe and secured manner. So one more things actually to looking here. So some examples here are existing examples today, like a Vonage today provides CSP aggregation API exposure service over 200 CSPs. And also the CSPs here, we are not talking about only Ericsson customers, but it's actually can be Ericsson provided network. It can be also other vendor provided networks that both can be aggregated in this sense. So next, please. Thank you. Yeah. So now we actually have been looking at basically today what can be with the realized best practice with the Proximus and the Swisscom, and actually what SIM density today can already serving with the UAS risk analysis happening. With the CSP SIM density map, it is a proven technology today, 24/7 driven, data driven, that providing can be providing with the SIM density and population density analysis. And this could support, of course, static, historical, dynamic, predicted ways, and also real-time dynamic data. So we are here not talking about the years or months. We are also talking about the weeks, days, or even hours, minutes. So with a good guarantees and looking out on the population movement situations in real time. And the census data, earlier this morning we have a lot of discussion about that. It's a good set, but it seems to be not real time enough and lacking of the ground truth of today. So we believe that CSP SIM density data provides a unique quick population data set with the least bias to the ground truth. The SIM density, actually what we are talking about, the SIM density map today, it's actually existing technology and also service today serving the industry and drone industry, for example, from a Swisscom's implementation, civil and event planning, like what's been showing for Proximus. More on top of that, in regards to the aviation industry, when we are talking today, I think Jairus was talking about the SORA 2.5 development. We see that it's fulfilling the SORA 2.5 with a grid size of 1 kilometers, but also we can already fulfilling the requirements of 200 meter by 200 meter. And even more on that, you can see some examples already happening with 100 meters by 100 meters. So this is all technically possible, and providing on top of that, just to never forget, by providing this kind of information, we are also fulfilling on the privacy considerations here. So which is in Europe, we are governed by the GDPR. So last but not the least, it is the, let's say, the unique quick harmonized API exposure that we are providing actually globally in the industry in both single and aggregated manner. So this is actually enabling, this APIs is not only harmonized in Europe, but it's actually harmonized also globally, which means it enables a global, or it enables actually European, but even a global drone UAS roaming capability. So imagine that basically today I would take my drones from Sweden to Germany, and it can fly seamlessly using the same kind of services experience as I can go actually to Australia and fly my drone. So this will be providing, this will be what I will imagine for next to come with this kind of technology. So yeah, by that, I would like to probably end off the presentation, and we are thinking that CSP's SIM density map is actually from telco's answer to help on reducing the ground risk for UAS operation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I saw that Victor raised his hand, so maybe Victor, if you want to do your question on the go.
That's fine. It was already answered just a few minutes later. It's fine.
Okay. Okay, then I will give the floor to the next presenter from ACGA. And the following result is shared actually with Victor, so ACGA and Vodafone.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. So I guess, yeah, it's me to start. Hello, everybody. My name is Thomas Neubauer. I'm representing an association called ACGA. And if you haven't heard about it, I will explain it to you and how it helps you. ACGA, you must love acronyms. That's why you're here. Stands for Aerial Connectivity Joint Activity. And the joint activity is actually between telecoms and aviation. And what I will be talking about is actually interface standards between mobile network operators and the UAS ecosystem. And what qualifies me doing that, I'm actually leading some of that work. I'm leading a work task. If we go to the next slide, or this is the, yeah, there we go. So this is not brand new. Ouch, I did something wrong. So this is not new. We have actually, as an industry, initiated that back in 2018, and ACGA was initiated in 2019. And ever since, we have meetings every 2 or 3 weeks. The reason for that is actually the telecom and the aviation industry understood that there is something that they need to do with each other. In addition to, please switch off your mobile phone, it's a safety risk for aviation. In the lower airspace is actually helping for the safety of aviation. And I will come to the next slide. What ACGA is about, it actually comprises 4 different work tasks. And the 4 work tasks are related to what is standardized on the telecom side, what is standardized on the aviation side, and how to make this an interface that is actually working in an automated manner. Who represents ACGA? Well, on one hand, it's about 1,000 mobile network operators around the world, triggered by GSMA, which is the global representative of telecom organizations. On the other hand, it's actually an organization called GUTMA, the Global UTM Association. And the question that came up there is, how can aviation utilize data from the telecom infrastructure? Ground risk and SIM density map is one of them. Connectivity in the airspace is another key question. But in order to access that, as we had questions in the morning today, is how can I get that data simple without being a telecom expert? How can I rely on that data? And how can I automate the processes? Because if all the wild dreams that we have about millions of drones, we must get automated data through interfaces that we can rely on. And that is exactly what the objective of ACGA has ever been since 2018. So the outcome of that is, and I'm actually leading this work task here in the middle. The outcome, okay, I pressed the wrong button, I figure. You know, not everybody is qualified for a 2-button presser. So the key point of what the outcome of ACGA has been is a document that is called the interface between data exchange between mobile network operators and the UAS ecosystem. And that has actually, the first version of that has been published in January 2021. Ever since, it has actually gone into the field validations with CESAR U-Space project, with projects in the US, with projects in Australia, with projects in Africa, on how to validate that data that comes out of the telecom networks can actually be used in an automated manner on the aviation side. And that includes, speaking the same language, because what the SIM data is really used for is, in the world of aviation, it's for the strategic planning, the flight clearing, and the tactical aspects that are during the course of the flight operation. And in telecoms, there has been no interface or no solid understanding of aviation before. That was why ACGA was actually set up. Actively, we have about 60 participants around the world that are actually regularly participating. The last version of this interface document actually has been published in January of this year. And I would like to show you what it actually does. So what it does is actually on the left-hand side, it uses the processes and the capabilities of what we have existing in the telecom networks. On the right-hand side, the request was, how can we embed that into the existing processes that we have in aviation rule sets today? How do we actually utilize data for the different requirements that we have from a drone operator, from an ANSP, from a CAA, from SORA applications, and so on? So this has been really the key objective. And what do we need to put in place in the middle to automate that, so that these processes can be automated, utilizing the data and considering all of the requirements that we talked about: GDPR compliant, accessibility, scalability, redundancy. So what we've done here is actually, this is including, for example, in the middle, the information about ground risk data, sim density data, irrespectively on how it is developed and generated. We have seen some great presentations already from Proximus, Ericsson, Swisscom, how they do it, and we'll see a great one from Vodafone as well. How to get that now into the processes, the operational planning service, the flight authorization services that are part of the ConOps. So how can we get that? That is standardized and, well, that is harmonized in these interface specifications. It also includes something that we call a subscription service. So what happens if something changes during the course of a flight? When we are talking long distance flights, some of these flights are taking 2 hours, potentially more if you go really BVLOS. So something may change during the course of that flight. And for that, you have to get a live update. And that is exactly what is part now of this interface specification. Even dynamic data for risk assessment, considering the SORA requirements, M1 mitigation. If you have better data, how can that be automated and made available? The key point with that is that this data, in order to actually, between telecoms and aviation, there is no standardization body in the middle. So the way we have actually generated traction on that is, number one, we're making it a telecom standard, and it has been mentioned before, the GSMA Open Gateway Initiative. This has just been brought into a couple of weeks ago by one of the large telecom operators to make it an open API. Open API means that everybody can enhance and actually get access to it. The second step is to make it part of CAMARA. CAMARA is a telecom API organization that exists only for the last about 2 years. Those are some of the members. And what it is, it's pretty powerful to actually use that as, again, an open API to get that data sorted. That is where it's actually coming in on the telecom standards. And I would just like to give some practical implementations. Vodafone, for example, has implemented according to such APIs. People like Sri have implemented according to such APIs and made available. And I'm sure, as I'm coming from Austria, there's another telco in Austria, as we had also the redundancy aspect. And if I switch back those couple of slides, as I'm now capable of using this device, what you can see here in the device, in the standardization, on the very left-hand side, we also made sure that these interfaces support redundancy as required for the use of potentially alternatives and multiple sources of data. That is what we have implemented in ACGA. And as we have a very active community, we actually tried to answer some of the questions that you have raised. And here's a very quick summary of that as a just our perspective from ACGA and from running that organization. Under which conditions real-time historical population density map are needed to assess reliably the ground risk? Well, it depends. It depends on what type of phase you're in of a flight. So it's for flight planning and risk assessment. Obviously, you must do a forecast for the time of day, for the day of week, for that sort of information. Seasonality we have mentioned already. For the flight clearing, you need to get the latest and greatest. And for the flight operation, you need to get as live as possible. Which KPIs may be used to evaluate the reliability? Well, generally speaking, in basic maths, the confidence goes down or increases with 1 over the square root of n. So the bigger, the better. But what we have seen on practical aspects is, in many cases, as we have heard, for example, from Swisscom has, correct me if I'm wrong, a very impressive market share, where a single MNO data, of course, will be representative. We see in some markets a telco that only has 10% market share, it's more difficult. So that is the challenge for those. What is the minimum dimension in terms of cell population, cell in populated versus sparsely populated area? From the physics, there's some sort of a limitation from the how to handle that accuracy. As a rule of thumb, it's about 10% of the distance between the sites. So in densely built out networks, you can say you have easily a 50-meter resolution where 80–90% you get absolutely nailed down to 50 by 50 meters. In cells that are bigger, where the distance between two sites is larger, you go down to about 150, but clearly to the 250 mark that has been mentioned. That is our experience from deployments around the world. And the last one, the last page is, sorry, it's getting smaller in font size. What are the restrictions imposed by privacy requirements? The privacy is the good thing. Nobody is interested in where Thomas is in aviation, but aviation is interested in where the people are. So the restrictions that we have seen, the smallest one goes down to about 10 people. Today we have heard about 30 people, but as a threshold that we have 25 people per square kilometer in terms of resolution. That is, here we are talking bin sizes. So per bin size, if you have a 50 by 50 meter and you're going to go down to 10 people, that is, it depends on country, but that is what we have seen on a general rule. How long those information can be stored and must be stored? Again, there are some limitations per country on how long are you allowed to store it. But the good thing is when you make forecasts and you train your algorithms for forecasts, you don't need to have the actual data ready all the time. You can actually just have the model learn. And as soon as the model, which is aggregated information, you no longer have the issue with keeping the real subscriber information on record. So there's solutions for all of that today. We see that in order to get seasonality, obviously you need to get years, 2 years, like in Switzerland is of course fantastic. That's not allowed everywhere, but we see that there's a good compromise in many cases. Many data providers have access to a fraction of the real population density. Well, what statistical and scientific analysis have shown that, particularly also done here in Germany, that with a single telco data, you can get 80+% reliability. If you take another telco into account, you actually get plus 95% reliable information about where are people on the ground at any given point in time. We heard the question or the challenge from Proximus. Defining the ground's truth is very difficult because who defines that? So that's on that. And referring to historical dynamic data, how long back in time you need to accumulate data in order to get good forecasts. What we have seen from practical aspects is that none of the telcos have an issue with the last 30 days and forecasting for 30 days. That's a pretty easy thing where you can also store data. So that's on a global base we have seen being widely accepted, and is something that we have also seen in most cases. Others have probably different experiences, but on average, we found that a good sliding window. With methodology may be used to assess the declared level of confidence. the question that we always get is, with a certain market penetration, and we heard today with 40% market penetration, you can actually scale for the entire market. Statistically, you can do that easily. The question is where to put the threshold, and that is beyond my pay grade to answer that. That's what I wanted to share about ACJA. Again, it's an industry association. If you are a member of GSMA or a member of GUTMA, you are more than welcome to join ACJA free of charge. And if you have any questions, please let me know. More than happy to come back to you. Thank you.
Great. So, well, thanks everyone for having me here today. I'm Victor Fernandez. I'm part of Vodafone Group, responsible for the development team under Network as a Platform. We are part of the group technology department. So we as Vodafone Group, we've been working with drones for a long time now, more specifically with network connected drones. Basically, our main objective was to make sure that the mobile network was good enough infrastructure for visual line of sight drone flights. So we were doing that for, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years, but then after COVID, we kind of shifted the focus more towards the how we can take network capabilities and expose them in an easy way for third parties to consume. Those third parties can be UAV operators, specific drone authorities, drone industry players in general. And that's when we started to develop network APIs that can expose those different capabilities. And being one of them, this SIM density API or population density API. So in a nutshell, I'm going to be using only one slide to support the conversation. I must say that some of the things has already been said by my colleagues of Swisscom and Lily, also with Ericsson, talking about cameras. I'm going to be spending a few minutes on that. But yeah, so our main way to do this is we as Network as a Platform, we want to provide plug and play access to our network. We know each of the local markets, each of the networks, they have different hardware vendors, thousands of different software releases. So what we do is we just abstract all that network complexity, and we just expose simple APIs like population density API. So one of the ones that we are developing is not commercial yet. It's just we are doing some POCs in some of the different local markets in Europe mainly, is to be able to provide population density information. So the input of the API, it's basically the area where you want to get the information, and then as a response, we just return a GeoJSON file with areas that the drone will need to avoid because the population density is above a predefined threshold that it's something configurable. So I think we see this from two different sides. One is on the consumer side, which would be the drone operator, which is something very easy. To give me an area and then I'll give you areas to avoid, or it's something that we of course could agree on, like I could give you a specific number. That's something easy to change. And then on the other side is the data source. So where are we getting the information from and how accurate it is? So what we are able to provide at the moment is, if we want something very accurate, it will be at cell level. It will be based on network data, network counters, and at least when it comes to active users, it's we could even say 100% accurate. The problem that we've seen when we've been talking with different drone industry players is that that may not be always enough, because at cell level it can go from I don't know, maybe 150 meters in a very dense urban area, but it can go even to, I don't know, 10, 12 15 kilometers when we talk about rural areas. So we cannot just say, yeah, look, yeah, you have, I don't know, if the threshold is I don't know, 100 people, you cannot fly over all this, I don't know, 20-kilometer area because we have, I don't know, 21 people there. So what we are trying to do is to enhance that. So we are, it's still a work in progress, but we are going to be able soon is to provide also that information on tiles of 50 by 50 meters. That would be more or less the what we are aiming to provide. When we go that far, the confidence value of it, the accuracy of the data, of course, it cannot be 100%. So we are basically using data analytics, profiling, and using probabilistics to understand where the people is based on a lot of different things. It can be using some information that is actually coming from the signaling, like propagation delay, that can give us some information about where exactly in the cell the user is. It can be profiling based on data analytics. So we're mixing a lot of different things that is also why I said before that we can easily filter things like IoT devices or things like that. That's I think the focus at the moment is real-time data information. So we have already historical data. I think it's also back to 2 years, so we can easily forecast, using our AI teams to be able to forecast where the population can be moving based on historical data. That's more or less easy, but so the focus now is being able to provide the population density information, not at cell level, but going farther and trying to have trying to go up to 50 by 50 meter tiles. When we talk about scalability and some things that were mentioned before about can we trust the data, what we think is that from a network operator perspective, we shouldn't be the one saying, yeah, look, I can tell you in this 50 by 50 meter, we have, I don't know, 25 people and my market share is 25%. So just multiply by 4 and then you'll get how many people you have in that area. So what we say is, let's agree with other operators under the Camara Forum initiative how we are going to expose the information so we can facilitate the cross-operator reach. So imagine you are an authority and you want to know, I mean, you have a drone flight, I don't know, in the UK, instead of just calling Vodafone API and then saying, yeah, Vodafone in the UK, it has, I don't know, 33% of the market share, then I multiply by 3. What you say is, you call an API that it will be the same API for Vodafone, O2, and 3, and then you'll get the information of the 3 operators. It may be not, I don't know, you have one operator that cannot give you the information at, I don't know, 50 by 50 meter, and then maybe then it is at a different level where that estimation, it can be done. But if you can provide information from an operator perspective, and the other operators can do the same, it's easier to do the math at a step above. So this is quite in line with what Lily from Ericsson was explaining before. So Camara is an initiative that we launched last MWC, where a lot of operators are part of. So we are agreeing in how to expose different APIs. Camara is not, I mean, we have only a few APIs that have been proposed for now. Population density API is not yet there, but it's actually been discussed to be part of the next drop. So it's something that what is very important for network operators is to really understand what are the requirements, so we make sure that can word that out and make sure we can expose that information. So it's very important to understand if I don't know, 100 by 100 meters information is good enough, or it needs to be, I don't know, 50 by 50, because then we can go back to the different teams and say, yeah, look, cell level, it could be good enough in a urban area, but then if we talk about rural areas, then we need to apply some analytics and then be able to get that information at, I don't know, again, maybe 50 by 50 meter tiles. When it comes to privacy, as a general rule, what we've seen is that we need the minimum number of individuals to preserve the privacy is 15. So like if you call the API and the number of people in that tile is below 15, we cannot give you that information. We can answer just 15 or maybe unknown. It's something that we can easily define. So that's also when it comes to the Camara APIs, it's also important, because if you do the aggregation at a higher level, then I don't know, maybe Vodafone can say, I can give you 10, and O2 is going to say, I can give you another 10, and that's 20, which is already above the limit of 15. But if you take only Vodafone, then you will get an unknown, and then it will be very, very difficult to do an assessment on how many people is on the ground. And this also has to do with how much granular you want to go. Like if you get tiles of 50 by 50, then it's more likely that you'll get less than 50 people. And then we need to give you this unknown because of GDPR. So I guess we need to find a good trade-off between how big is the tile and so we can give you a more accurate number. And so again, this is the focus now. Static and historical dynamic information. It's something easy that we will be also providing, but our focus now of Vodafone is to be able to provide information at something better than just cell level. So we have this tested in Ireland, in Spain. We are doing a small POC in the UK, and hopefully soon will be available in other local markets. And yeah, I would say that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Victor. So I don't know, do we take some questions now? Do you have a question now?
Maybe since I see that there are questions on the slide of the title are also affecting the next session, maybe we can go on, complete the presentation, then we can have the Q&A.
Thank you very much. My name is Marcus, and I'm presenting today here a project that we've done for the past about 2 years together with the DLR, so the German Center of Aerospace, and was funded by the Federal Ministry of Transport in Germany. It's called GRADE. It's about a map tool and also obviously the density maps for quantitative ground risk assessment. Maybe very quickly.
On the right arrow.
Okay. No, yes. So we will talk very quickly, present very quickly the GRADE project, then give you an introduction to the map tool, talk about data sources, the combination of the data sources, the map tool itself, the application within SORA, and then we go for the evaluation and defining parameters, something that Alberto has also asked and presented before. Yes, very quickly about myself. So I'm leading the teams for drones and urban air mobility of Umlaut. We've been, in the meantime, doing the run of this project acquired by Accenture. My colleague here, Laura, was mainly involved with the project, the consultant in my team. She will be presenting the tool, and then, as I already said, it was the other project partners were from the DLR, and the funding came, or was partially funded from the Ministry of Federal Ministry, of Digital and Transport in Germany. So that being said, I would hand over to Laura, and she can.
So hello also from my side, and thank you, Marcus, for the introduction. So yeah, we at the right bottom.
Yeah, let me go to full screen mode again. Okay, is the right above? Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's jump to the topic. So first we'll have a look at the map tool. So what was the goal of the map tool? The goal was to enable a quantitative ground risk assessment, and this through improved population density maps. Why improve? Because we are starting with a static map and we are adding dynamic data in form of tracking movement of patterns of people. We are tracking changes in population density over the course of the day. We are considering the factor that we already mentioned today, which is the sheltering, and we are also taking or our tool enables different map resolution levels. So the concept of GREAT was to go from this static map on the left to this improved population density map in the right, and this with a combination of several data sources, which are historical timestamp data, so no real-time data, but historical dynamic data, population flows in form of commuter patterns. We are adding land use data, which gives us the type of area we are dealing with. And then there's two other factors that I already mentioned, which are the sheltering and also the different resolution levels. And what we are also developed during the project is that we can download. We have a feature in the map that we can also download this information as TIFF data through an API, so that we could, if we wanted to, just upload this into a flight planning tool. So this would be an end-to-end tool. And now coming back to the actual topic, so we want to talk about the data sources. We want to talk about how this data can be combined, so this famous equation, and also how the map can be used by UAS operators. So first of all, the data sources. So we are using, from left to right, this static information from the census data. I have to mention at this point that we have data for the whole Germany, not other cities or not other countries in Europe, but for the whole country of Germany. So we have this census data as our base layer. Then we have crowd data from mobile phone users through apps, which are anonymized data and which are tracking the movement of people. Then we are also considering population flows, like I mentioned, from commuter data, so in and outbound commuters from communities. So this is another sort of mobility data. We are also taking into account land use data from Copernicus, which we've heard a lot today, and also OpenStreetMap, so that we can see the influence of the type of area. So is it a residential area? Is it an industrial area? And finally, also this sheltering information from OpenStreetMap, where we are getting the information of where the buildings are and then assessing this sheltering. And we taking a more detailed look. So this crowd data, it enables us to get this movement of people. So Umlaut collects performance and usage data across mobile networks from smartphone users. So it is based on an SDK, and it's integrated in many apps, and that collects anonymized data points in the background. So there is no way that we can track which user it is at which location at which time, but we have these points in a grid. So this data collection takes place 24/7. We can find it for millions of devices, and it's time-stamped. So this gets interesting. So we can apply this data to our tool. This time-stamped data points, we can divide them into 6 time intervals, so that we can see these changes in population density over the course of the day. And these data points, like I said, anonymized, are aggregated into this map tool. Then we also have this commuter data that I mentioned, which gives us this population flows. So commuter data are, we obtain this from Pendler Atlas, which is an official statistics site in Germany, and we get the inbound and out commuters at municipality level, and we can distribute these commuters, so adding or subtracting this number from the static data. So as we can see below, we see that these commuters are added into some regions, and this takes place depending on the land type and also on mobility data. And finally, the land use. So we are taking two sources, like I said, Copernicus, satellite imagery, and we are extracting relevant areas. So is it a residential, industrial, commercial area? And these are weighed into the population distribution. And finally, OpenStreetMap data, which is a geographic database. So we are also extracting the buildings from this source for the sheltering. So now the big challenge, how can this data be combined? How do we get this equation that we are talking about? Because we have a lot of data sources. So what we are doing is that we take the census data as a base layer. We are adding the commuter data, so inbound and outbound commuters per municipality. Then we are adding the land use data, so we have this area differentiation for a more accurate distribution. So we have the park, the commercial area, and so on. Then our key point, which is the crowd data. So this timestamped historic data that we're adding. And we see that there are some previously ignored locations, such as railways or parks where no one lives, so no one's registered, and they already appear in the map. But what we have to do after we add all this data together is that we have to validate how good is our data, how accurate. So what we did is that we validated and we weighted some factors that we had, for example, for the land use. How important is it that we are looking at a commercial area or at a residential area? So what we did is that we validated this data with other data sources, such as mobility data, so pedestrian, rail, air, also tourism information and other statistical data. And as a sort of an outlook for this, as a next step would be to evaluate this data with, for example, real data from cellular network providers, and this would be important to get our level of confidence. Then the other factor that I mentioned, which I haven't explained yet, is this sheltering through buildings. So we know this is of relevance, and our first thought on this was, why don't we take the percentage of the grid that is sheltered? But then we just thought there are some narrow roads which are surrounded by buildings where there are a lot of people. So we had to think of logic. Okay, maybe you have to take into account what day of the week it is. So also so is it a Monday or is it a Sunday where people are spending more time outside? Is it during the morning or is it during the night? So we also take this factor of the daytime and also the type of area. Like I said, for a city center, we had to take a more conservative approach for this sheltering, so that it's a bit more conservative. And that's how we derive this location-specific sheltering factor. And now I would hand over to Marcus, who will show you a bit more the tool.
Thank you very much. So we could show actually the tool, so it's operational. It's even as part of the process, as part of the project. It has been used also in applications to conduct demo operations in Germany. So I think earlier today there was the question, is dynamic data accepted? So yes, we work with that, and we work with authorities to get this approved. For the purpose of time, we only showed one, we have one screenshot here. We can, in the top, so you can see there's the difference, so you can just show the census layer, you can show the extrapolated population density layer, what Laura explained, how we got to this. And also as a kind of a feature, and something that we haven't yet really talked today about, is the difference between the intrinsic ground risk, kind of when you think in terms of SORA, between step 2 and step 3. Because if it's like sometimes the dynamic or ground, the dynamic risk might be also that in some areas it's worse than if you just use census data as a basis. Then we have the granularity, 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, and 1 square kilometer. This is was purely based on some assumptions where we can go into this more. Then, as we said, we have the days of the week, so we differentiated between weekdays, Monday through Friday, and Saturday and Sunday. The times, we cut it because it's historical data, so it's not real or near real-time data. So we use different time slots. So midnight to, it's written 3, but it's basically 3:59, and then from 4 to 7:59, and so on throughout the day. And then you have this, as Laura explained, the sheltering factor, where you can explain the sheltering, or where you can add the sheltering through the buildings. And then you can, as we said, there's an API for operators to integrate this into their flight planning tool, and just as an outlook, but this was then on the DLR part. They added machine algorithms to actually find between 2 points automatically the risk minimized flight path. And this then again, there's an extension to it where you can include obstacles, you can include UAS geographical zones, and so on and so forth. Maybe one point, just one snippet that we looked at, and you see, okay, this is an area somewhere here in North Rhine-Westphalia, a small town. You see first this census data on the very left, then you kind of see the extrapolated version in the center, including sheltered between noon to 4 p.m. And then you also see the difference where the extrapolated data is actually worse than the census data. And as you can see a little bit, it goes along the roads. And this is not so surprising because obviously you have that in roads are not covered by census. Same affects parks, leisure areas, sport facilities, etc. Where we've seen in many places that, okay, that there's more population density than if you would purely rely on census data. Now, the application within the SORA and how we used it, we said, okay, we used for the step 2, and just, I don't know, for people who do not know me yet, so I'm also part of Jörg. He was here in the morning. Jörg's working group SRM in the task force for SORA 2.5 and in the task force for the PDRAs. So in step 2, we used the static census data, and then we focused obviously on the in step 3 then the M1 mitigation with the information that we gained from the map tool, and that we could get authorizations in areas where without this application we could not get the authorization in that way, just to demonstrate and to also go through the hoops. And we talked today over lunch through, okay, sometimes like the difference between theory, regulations, and its implementation. This was important for us to really get this and also to obtain the operational authorizations. And one point and one final thought that came up, and this is obviously not only for the CRATE tool, but generally for a lot of also when we think of all the tools that was presented from the MNOs, that was what was presented as a framework from Thomas, is also why not use the dynamic data also already when we think of the SORA and think of the specific category in step 2, like why is it from regulations point of view prescribed that you have to work with first static data, and can it only apply as a mitigation?
Just a quick intervention. I think it's we were considering to organize a follow-up meeting on how to use that. This will be an important point also.
Okay. Yeah.
So maybe beginning of next year we'll have a dedicated workshop.
Fine. Yes. So this was something here, and then kind of going through some questions. So map resolution, as we said, 100 by 100, 200 by 200, 500 by 500, 1000 by 1000. Obviously, we say it's depending on size, operation, volume, data quality. We see some issues that obviously with level of confidence, and also I think with like sometimes when also with privacy requirements, when we think of a grid size of 50 by 50, then we get to very like it just becomes a lot. Or I think what this morning Jakob, I think you showed it from Panzer 20 by 20. And we think this is then 4,000 crits within 1 square kilometer. Like there, you have a very far behind the comma or behind the dot, you have an error, and then this has a huge implication on the ground risk in which you end up. So this is something where we see, and then obviously what Jörg showed this morning, like there are practical implications. Why do you have to go so small when the drone operation and the risk buffer and everything contingency area doesn't really give you credit for that. Data refresh rate, we said, okay, historical dynamic data over 12 months. This was just for us to cover all seasonal changes. There are still some limitations, and the authority with which we worked asked us, okay, if you want to fly over a beach, there's huge differences if it's a sunny day or if it's a cloudy day, not only the season, but also how do you consider this. We said in our tool that we couldn't consider this, like this is a limitation. But overall, we said minimum 12 months. Shape of grid cell, square, very straightforward, just to standardize, to avoid the gerrymandering that an operator or somebody could be accused of kind of putting together a grid that would benefit him. And then, yes, so the validation of extrapolate data with third-party data. I think this is very important that you get there. And then what we've done was like this localized sensibility checks, for example. I think this was also already mentioned. When you have a clearly residential area, then there should be a clear correlation between the census data and the data that your extrapolated data show. Same for industrial sites, where you say, okay, there should be also, if your extrapolated data show incredible amounts of like high population density there at night on a weekend, and you might have a mistake in your data. And then privacy requirements. We think, yes, GDPR compliance at the data source. So just very early on. I think this is something that has been shared today by all speakers. And again, the minimum crit size, this has also been mentioned, but if I think, for example, the colleague from Vodafone has pointed it out, they said 15 people in a tile of 50 by 50 meters, then if we think of a square kilometer, then we would end up with 6,000 people. And when we think of the SORA, then we are already very high up. So I think this is very relevant here, that there is a sensible approach to that, and what's kind of the way, and if this, yes, it's the way to go there. That being said, that's all from my side. Happy to take any questions. Thank you very much. And yes, thank you. Also, thank you to Natale and Alberto for the opportunity to present this here today.
Thank you both for the presentation. And yeah, at this point, I would say we go with the last one, and then we start taking all the questions. So the last one is from Wizzy Peasy. And we have two or three speakers remotely. So if you are, can you hear us? You're with us, and if you want to share your presentation.
Yeah, sure. Just a second. All right.
Yeah, we can see.
So, first of all, thank you so much for inviting us. Let me introduce our team. My name is Tomasz Berezowski, and I invited my colleague Jan Żołnierz from my organization, as well as Paweł Korzyc from Drone Radar. Today we are going. Actually, it's very difficult to say anything new after all that great presentations. So I hope we will be quick, not to bother you too much. We are going to talk about our project called HOPE, which was co-founded by European Space Agency, as we use satellite data. And we represent organization which basically has everything in its name. So I don't think there is a sense to talk about what we are doing. So perhaps I'll ask my colleague Paweł to introduce Drone Radar in a few words.
Hello
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. So we are on the market since 2015. We are related to the UTM development, and currently, together with the VZPC, with Tomek, we are developing something like a camo-based approach to SORA. It's based on the continuity approach, where we, in continuous way, force people to manage all data related to the specific operation risk assessment. Very shortly, then I will sum up it later on. Thank you, Tomek.
All right, so a few words about where are we now and where we are heading. Next slide, please. All right, so at the moment, we already serve a service that is capable of calculating IGRC using our proprietary data based on the segregation of census data. And it's already used in a service which we developed together with Drone Radar, and which is capable of calculating IGRC as well, handling mitigations in order to handle step 2 and 3 of SORA and the further steps as well. Then we are thinking about SORA 2.5. We are going to switch to GSHL, probably with some add-on functionality on top. But the service we are going to talk today is something which we plan to implement for the future, and it's a historic dynamic approach, and we expect to be there within 18 months. Next slide, please. All right, so as I said, historical dynamic approach. We think about 10 by 10 resolution. I'll come back to this later to explain you why 10 by 10. Temporal resolution of 1 hour, maybe half an hour. We will take into account weekly and seasonal changes as well. Of course, categorization of density should be a little bit higher than required by SORA to be able to handle IGRC, and we plan to have integrated sheltering layer for M1 for handling M1 step, and it's gonna be delivered by web service, partially by standard WMS, partially by our custom API, and it's designed in SORA automation in mind. Prototype service for territory of Wrocław is available, but we hope to be in pre-production mode for entire Poland in 18 months. The service is based on a statistical model assisted by deep learning. We use different sources of data, of course, census, topographic data, open data, especially for points of interest, satellite data for measuring so-called similarity links, CCTV cameras to count people, cars. However, we are also ready to use other sources, including 5G, to use it in our model. But of course, we think about strategic planning. So we do not think about now, we think about future. So when we talk about these dynamics, it's not about knowing where are people exactly now, but statistically where they will be in, let's say, 30 days from now, for instance. All right, the next slide, please. And basically, this is my feeling is that our meeting today is about that. That the cell dimension is the king of entire topic. So it's just a humorous slide to show you that if we would consider Earth as a single cell, then there is 16 people per square kilometer, and then we need just a top row of the table. But if we go down to think of SI system, 1 meter, then we've got 1 million people per square kilometer if there is just one person in that square. So then we need just a bottom part of entire table to calculate RGIC. So it shows how important, how central to entire problem is grid size. So we proposed a bit different. I've got slides showing it, how it affects flights, but I'm sure that this is obvious for everyone. Maybe what is important here is that observation that since grid size correlates to, if we can stop for a second on that slide, since grid dimension correlates to IGRC, and IGRC, from the other hand, correlates to the cost of flight, because higher IGRC, higher cost of preparation for such flight. It means that dimension of the grid size correlates to the cost of flight. I think that Paweł will talk a bit more about that effect as well. So the next slide, please. So our answer to that was that we do not count people within grid cells. We calculate people within what we call functional clusters. We enrich that with what we call emitters. So these are points with a high turnout of population, while clusters are areas of certain function and approximately homogeneous population density. And we store our entire model in such clusters. And then eventually we rasterize it, we convert it to the grid as desired at the moment. So of course we have to rasterize it because of performance consideration, because conformance to standard web services requirements. So why 10 meters? So we decided to rasterize our clusters to 10 meters as we found out that it's the biggest grid size that still reflects building shapes while leaving spaces between buildings open. So, but of course we can rasterize it to any grid size. But in our approach, it's important to understand that the grid size is not equal to the modeling cluster size. So clusters are different. It can be as small as a bus stop or as big as several hundreds of hectares when it's in rural area. Next slide, please. And of course, it was mentioned today a lot, so I'm not gonna repeat that. But let me mention what we find important is to integrate sheltering layer into entire process. But by that I mean that grid representing population density should be synchronized with a sheltering layer, or sheltering layer should be synchronized with population grid layer if we want to think about automation of M1 mitigation. For sure, it will be much easier, much more efficient to do that while those two layers are in sync. Next slide, please. To calibrate our model and to validate that, we used basically two sources of ground truth. One was high resolution aerial imagery when we used AI to count people, cars, buses, and other was CCTV cameras across the city, where we were able to collect all the images and count cars and people as well. However, in the demonstrator phase of the project, we are going also to make in situ measurements to validate it even further. And I think that's the good moment to hand over to Jan to let he present.
Let me present the demo, so the outputs of the first phase of the ISA project. So what we wanted to assess is to make some exercises defining whether we are opening the sky and minimizing the risk. So we want to check if we different from what is available now. So in Poland, we have IGRC, let's say, declaration now based on a census 1 square kilometer grid data, which are static data on residency. And as we can see, for the test mission, it was IGRC 6 quota, almost, yeah, entirely IGRC 6. Then we wanted to check our solution. The area of the overflow area is the office park. So on Monday, it's extremely crowded, mainly in the buildings. But when we plan the mission for evening on Sunday, we can see that the IGRC massively dropped. And as this is office park, it is likely to be on the safe side. So that's those center and the right maps are the products of the HOPE service. And let me show you the quick demo, live demo on the WMS service. So we implemented it as a service that can be requested on the given work day and given hour in the work day. So as you can see now, the it's 8 a.m. So the areas of offices and workhouses are now much more populated than during the night. And yes, that's the working WMS. And to save some time, maybe I would ask Pavel on some final thoughts. Or
So
maybe.
thank you. I promise to be very quickly, as this is late Friday. So I think the entire discussion can be sum up in the sentence that whenever we do something static from a dynamic, we always make a mistake. The question is how big, and if this will be accepted by the authority. This is the question. So answering the question, provided by the Natalie to the system when static data are not enough. So in our opinion, short answer is always. If static data are used, more explanation must be provided by the operator. Then there is more freedom for a subjective judgment also, and this is very important, especially when the subjective judgment comes into the consideration, then the price is higher simply. We also need to realize that the IGRC is a powerful tool. A miscalculated IGRC can make the flying very, very expensive or even impossible. Now just compare sail 2 flight and also sail 3, 4, 5 when the DVR type certificate is requested. So the level of price is really not linear. So we cannot forget that we should always be fair to all users, rich and poor. In addition, there is a granularity of the approach. The second question, which KPI may be used to evaluate the reliability of the population density data? So in our opinion, sampling models adequate to the actual situation. Which is the minimum dimension of the cell? As we said, we think that 10 meters should be enough to avoid closing urban corridors. And also this is very important, not to be mistaken with the modeling sample size. What are the restrictions imposed today by the privacy requirements? So I would say that using our methodology, we count Homo sapiens, not named people. So we do not have the same problem like, for instance, mobile network operators, not saying that they are bad, of course. So I'm not judging anyone. Many data providers have access to a fraction of the real population density. Is there a minimum? I think this is not applicable in our case. Referring to the historical dynamic data, how long back in time you need to accumulate data? So the accumulation shall consist point in time covering at least 1 year to be able to include the forecast different aspects like yearly, season, cycles, work days, weekends, bank holidays. We also noticed that we should take into consideration the moving holidays. Okay, some holidays are not always at the same day during in the calendar. Yet still, we must be aware of the disturbances like lockdowns, wars, whatever, pandemic times, and so on and so on. So, which methodology we may use to assess the declared level of confidence? So, actually, 2 of them: audit of the population density modeling and the methodology, and the data sources credibility. This is very, very often seen when, for instance, our customers go to the Civil Aviation Authority and then they ask, okay, where did you take this data from? Okay, if they are official, it's more or less okay. But if not, then we have a problem. And also very important part is the verification based on the samples versus the real truth. This is the example of the camera that Tomasz was showing. Next slide, please. And final thoughts. So the official must make a decision based on the real data. And this is what's happening every time. So every Civil Aviation Authority will say that they make a decision based on the real data. I think we are all aware that the problem arises when the officials has to issue a decision based on the statistical data, which by the definition do not describe the world as it is really, but based on the certain approximation. And always the question is what the decision resistance to errors caused by the statistical approach will civil authority simply have. And one very important thing, since we suggest, next slide, please. Since we suggest greater data granularity with the variable cluster shape and so-called emitters, where the population may change rapidly, we must use also the fair IGRC counting system. As we said before, wrongly or badly calculated IGRC significantly increase the cost of the flight. So now if you take this example, you all know this slide. So we have the flight geography and we have a contingency volume. And the probability of the flight within the green line with the flight geography is much higher than in the contingency volume. So to be fair, we should have a different methodology of calculating IGRC with the higher probability of the flight than the lower. And I think that some part of this is already taken As for instance, today we calculate IGRC differently for adjacent area and differently for a contingency volume. Adjacent, where we take average versus maximum, is not solving the problem versus flight geography versus contingency volume. Sorry for this very quick speech, but I wanted to fit into my time. I overpassed this by 1 minute. So if you have any more questions, please contact us, Tomek from VZPC and Jan, and me from Drone Radar. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation. So maybe now we take some questions before the break, and then we go to the slot of the open discussion.
I have a question. No. So first, really, I was impressed by the presentation of today. So for me, this is first time that I'm more involved in this domain, but I see that there is a lot of good input, and we still have a lot of questions to be answered, but at least now we know also better what are the challenges. Really, thank you very much. One question I would like to ask to all the presenters of this afternoon. When you talk about the historical dynamic data, we see quite a difference between different presentation. In some cases, it was suggested that 30 days would be enough. Other cases, 1 year. Other cases, 2 years. I see it more. So I agree, especially with the last presentation, that we should cover at least 1 year also to understand what is the seasonal variation. Because if I want to do an operation on 25 of November, maybe it will be very similar to 25 of October. But if I want to do an operation on 25 of December, it would be a completely different day. So I need to have this kind of information. So the question is there any, at this moment, any limitation, maybe due to privacy, on how long you can store this data? Or is there a limitation due to technology, or you are free to store and analyze all kinds of data? So maybe also to Thomas, because Thomas, you were suggesting 30 days.
Yeah, well, what I was saying is that at the moment we see a number of deployments where there's 30 days for sort of, in a sliding window. We understand there is some regulation in the different countries on how long such data can be actually stored. So, but that does not mean, and number one, it's also a lot of data, right? We need to keep that in mind. So, but what we have seen is that there are models in place that as soon as you process the data, it's no longer the raw data itself. So that means that you can actually have models that are actually covering that area, but without storing the actual raw data. And that has been seen as one of the possibilities to actually overcome both the limitations from a legal perspective and from a data handling perspective.
Thank you.
Maybe I can also comment from the MNO space, Herdy from Proximus, because it's aggregated data. We don't have any limitations in storing that aggregated data, so we can keep the cell counts forever, basically, but not the raw data, which was on the origin of these cell counts.
Okay, so thank you. So I understand this. Please, someone want to intervene?
It's Lily from Ericsson, and I think the similar, I think same as Herdy is saying that I think also on higher aggregation level, we did not see that problems on the storage of the length of the data. Yeah. So on basically multiple CSP segregation aspect.
Okay, so good. So it's more so a problem of to handle this large amount of data. So okay.
Yeah, and then of course, what is adequate for example, for certain periods, things might change. For example, during Christmas or during like a sports event, sometime or a marathon that happens every year. So then you might need a longer period of data to have for those special situations.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I have also a question. So in the last presentation, we saw that one of the methodology to assess how reliable are the data is the sampling. So to make a sort of experiment and to check the data provided versus the reality. I don't know. Has any operator any experience on that? Have you ever tried to do a similar kind of experiment where you knew for some reason exactly how many people were in a certain place and you tried with your tool to assess how many people were there, and have you seen any result on that, or not yet?
I think Proximus has done that with the study. Hadi, do you want to?
Yeah, so we checked this with the census data. The problem is that they don't measure the exact same things, but we do that regularly with events that are where we have a known amount of people. And then a third input that we use is feedback from people on the field. We have a project running for a couple of years now with a tourism organization that manages the coast. So also their feedback we take into account because they have people on the ground which can say whether it's busy or not busy. And we do the same with our data and check the correspondence. So over time, we have tuned our solutions to be as accurate as possible. But I can share a link to that system in the chat.
Yes, please.
So that you can see the information from our side. Yeah.
So you did a sort of trial and error until you got a good result, let's say.
It's not really trial and error, but it's an ongoing tuning exercise. So where we worked on extrapolation, where we got feedback that, for instance, at some point there were a lot of Philippines on the coast, which turned out to be IoT devices in GPS devices in cars. So gradually, by working with them and by getting feedback from the ground, let's say, we were able to tune and correct things over time.
Thank you.
As I mentioned before, we also did the same, that we did like in localized areas where we would say, okay, this is a like low density residential area where you could kind of assume that, or this is a very clear industrial area where you know there is no production during the weekend, for example. So you should only detect the night guard and not many more people. So there we have done the same, but on a very local approach.
Okay. Now that also I think Eurostat is working on some methodology that may help to identify, to have some kind of benchmark. Okay, we'll go through the questions. So the first is difficult to answer now. Let us imagine that we are able to get dynamic data. Can you estimate how much it will cost in general according to the end user? So maybe then depends also how the market will grow, I guess. So, but is there anyone that would like to give some kind of estimate?
Yeah, I can maybe comment from the Proximus side, MNO side. Well, these APIs we have really developed for event organizers, for police departments, etc. And what the cost can be reasonably low, going from a few €100 to a few €1,000, depending on how long, how big the area, etc. But what we are thinking about now is for this specific use case, we're more thinking about some kind of frame agreements, because if you would like the same area for 1 year, then that would become very costly with the models that we have today. So we are checking whether we can move into some more creative frame agreements around that. But nothing has been defined, as this is a very new requirement, in fact.
Okay, we have two people from here from the meeting room, and then after we have Power. So first, please.
So how much it costs, it depends on the size of the volume and the frequency of data you get. But as we are a drone operator and we sell it already to the product, so yes, it's still, so our business cases are working with it. How it is today. If we start to put SLA or guarantees or different cell sizes and so on, that obviously will increase the cost. This is just important to understand. How it is today, it works definitely, but here it's just from, let's say, from a business perspective, important to know as more requirement we put it now to it, as more reliable it needs to be, as more it's gonna cost then as well.
Well, from an ACGA perspective, what we have done is actually we have structured the interfaces such that you can request the data on a per flight route rather than on a large scale volumetric basis. And by that, we actually help to bring the costs down per transaction, so to say. And what we have seen is that telcos are actually commercially implementing projects where they are actually providing subscription basis and therefore on a per, I would say, mission, which includes, you know, pre-flight and ongoing information. It actually comes down to very, very low cost that actually, you know, is in the sub €1 perspective, because that is really the requirement when it comes to, let's call it out, for anything that has to do with drone delivery. To actually provide such information. Those are the price points that people are looking for.
Thank you. Then we have Powell.
Yes, thank you. So quick answer to this. I mean, when we talk about the cost, we should keep in mind that this data need to be affordable for all parties. So for all USSP on the equal rights, which means that every USSP will make the calculation of the IGRC based on the same data. Otherwise, I mean, like in the live, I mean, those who will calculate IGRC lower, the people will simply more often use these services. So, as I said, affordable is the key point of this population data for all on the equal level, just that all connected USSP will make the same calculation of the IGRC. Then it will make sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good. So the next question, if it's realistic to implement SORA 2.5 before 2025. Yeah, so we knew that there were some challenges to have all these operation density data, and actually also the reason to do this workshop quite in advance is also to understand how we are going to introduce SORA 2.5, to identify if we will have a transition period, to see how we can reconcile from SORA 2.0 to SORA 2.5. And so we will make sure that we will have a good transition, and they will be fully implemented well when we will have also a reliable service applicable to all Europe as well. How many times is a person counted if this person has 2 mobile phones or 1 mobile with 2 SIM cards? I think that this was already covered, you know, by some of the presentation, that there is some possibility to clarify, to see what kind of mobile phone they have. I don't know if anyone will be okay. Thomas?
Well, I want to, from a GSMA type perspective, it has to be cleared out that the telecom industry is working on that sort of solutions for the last 15 plus years. So there is so much information, so much knowledge, so much capability implemented for different application cases that the algorithms can actually separate if you do have co-located SIM cards that move in a certain way all the time. If you have specific cards like mentioned before on the coastline, or if you do have, for example, all of the IoT SIM cards that may be in a modem, or in a car you have up to 7 SIM cards. So there's a lot of intelligence already existing, and there's an entire industry within the telecom industry that is just looking into generating algorithms for that. So this probably people like Swisscom and others, Ericsson, can argue on that from their experiences, but those problems in most cases actually are solved and they're solved for a long time already, because telecoms are actually looking into that for their own use and for their own benefits to understand how the network behaves. And so that's why this data is there, the analytics is there. That is a very high confidence that there is no duplication, there is no handling of that.
I mean, it will not all. I mean, it will never be perfect. Like if you have two different SIM cards from different operator, then yeah, it makes it much more difficult. These algorithms should be done at a higher level, but yeah, from a single mobile network operator, you can put some intelligence in place, so we can do that. But it will never be like 100% perfect.
Yeah, so the important will be also to understand what is the uncertainty of this value, so then we can also handle.
Exactly. If I, as I said before, there are questions that you cannot solve only by squeezing more the data themselves, the MNO data themselves. You need to have something else. While I agree that it's definitely possible to detect, and not even difficult, I would say, to detect co-located SIM cards from the same operator, in the framework where Eurostat is aiming, where you want to merge data from different operator, even there, we don't expect that the micro data or the event data of this different operator will be crossed to each other in order to detect the collocation. So we need to have some adjustment on the aggregate data. And this is a dual SIM that often happen to be subscribed to different operators, because maybe one is work, one is private, maybe because of different tariffs. So it's very often the case where the two SIM belongs to different operator. It's just one of several aspects, as I said before, of projecting number of SIM with number of people. We mentioned before children and people that don't have a SIM card. There are people that move to another country and buy another SIM, so they don't. The association between the person and the SIM is also changes over time. So it's really a set of, let's say, uncertainty issues related to the relationship between SIM and people that at least we don't believe can be solved purely by squeezing more information from the MNO data. Requires something else, and this is what the effort that are starting now in Eurostat to identify what it should be this something else.
I can comment on that also from Proximus side. I think also the importance of the extrapolation algorithm is important there. So some of these effects are removed, in fact, by having the extrapolation, because in the end, what we aim to is if we would do this for the whole country, then the sum of all the extrapolated figures would be the number of people living in Belgium, except for the ones that are abroad.
Okay, so when I hear from the telecommunication companies that so they are quite reassuring that they have all the data, they know how to assess also the reliability of the data that you are giving us. This is very reassuring. I think that then what we'll do, so we need to identify how we can assess the level of reliability of the data that you have. This will be part of the guidelines that we are going to develop. So then in order to, as was said before by Falk this morning, when there will be any kind of accident, we need to show that the authorization was given based on good data that was providing the information at the best that we can, considering all the uncertainty and all the challenge, what is the other technology they can provide. So since I see that some people are already started to move, because maybe it's late, people want to go, maybe we can, if you agree, we can skip the break and maybe close a little bit earlier. Maybe you have trains. Today is Friday. So maybe we can go through few more questions, and then maybe we do the wrap up, and then we free you, and so you can start your weekend. Okay. Can the MNO determine whether a mobile phone is located inside or outside the infrastructure? Also, this one I think was touched a little bit. I'd like to provide the answer?
Yeah, I can elaborating on that one. So there are definitely multiple ways that we can determine whether the mobile phone is located inside or outside our infrastructure, so buildings or sheltered. I think this is also the other question related to the sheltered and non-sheltered individual questions. So there are actually from a technology side, there are certain methods we could, of course, to enhance on that. To identify whether it's indoor or outdoor situations, or whether it is moving, it's in a train or other aspects. So that is of course a capability, and then also that is also a possibility, of course, in using the other methods, for example, overlapping or leveraging with the existing kind of geo infrastructures map, for example. So there are multiple ways to do this, but evaluating this is the thing is, of course, this is also related to a cost questions, right? So how much we want this service to be, how many consumptions we want on this service, and what kind of price tag, that will be also determined on the selections of the technology. I think capability-wise, I think the answers could be it can. However, the question, of course, what would be the most sensible way to do? That is something, of course, the next step we should study. It's also a question, I think, adjoining probably not only the mobile industry, but it's adjoining questions actually from probably Yaros, IASA, and the, let's say, mobile industry. We should be looking together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas again. I have been in my previous life a product manager for a solution that did exactly that. And what we found in the evaluations is that you can go about 80% reliability. You can actually forecast if it's indoor or outdoor, or sheltered or not sheltered. And the way to do it technically is that you actually not taking individual call traces, but actually connect them so that you get a pattern. And so that is not everywhere deployed, but technically it's feasible. And it's a lot of interest from the telecom community, obviously, because 70% of the calls are happening at least indoors. So that's why it's a performance. Again, the core requirement was always how to handle indoor performance with outdoor infrastructure. And so from that perspective, the technology is out there and possible. I do not know how widely it is deployed.
I can maybe also elaborate. It also comes with the cost. The sheltering, non-sheltering analyze is a huge part, which we are doing as also a part of then the people density estimation. And this is a very important thing, I think, to work on, that there are clear measurements that you can say, okay, that counts as sheltered or as non-sheltered, also cars and so on. This is a huge discussion we always have with customers, how to treat them. And that would bring the cost down if that's clearly stated what is sheltered and what not.
I can say just on top of that, so to say, possibility that we have today is that the whole industry also have a trend to kind of adapt to how buildings are built today, with more thicker walls, more shielded glass, so that demands more and more radio deployed indoor specifically. So that means that you actually can define in your system what are indoor cells and what are outdoor cells. So that will also help to some extent to with very easy analytics, so to say, capability to understand whether you're connected to an indoor or outdoor environment. But that is something that will evolve over time.
Thank you. So I'm taking notes of all this good input that we are getting. Next, so we'll take a couple of more, then we do the wrap up. Okay. When it comes to population density forecast, what is the reliability of this prediction? Yeah, I think this is the main question that we want to add. So to find all the methodology to identify what is the reliability. I think that we saw several proposals, sample, or the Eurostat is developing some kind of a project in order to identify methodology. Yeah, but this is something that we need to develop in the next months. And we will ask the support of all of you. So I don't think that we can give
I do have a question for that. Is there a mechanism currently with census data to answer that question? Probably not.
Yeah, so we can also give the answer, I guess.
It needs therefore to be answered we have seen some numbers, 4 days, and the 5th day was actually reproduced or forecasted and then validated. I think Proximus showed that. I think it's the methodology on how to do that and bringing some more truth to that. But I don't have an answer yet.
I have a partial answer on that. And the experience that we have with predictions is that it really depends on the type of area. Because the more seasonal and the more predictable an area is, the better it will work. We have cells in our network where every Monday is like higher than every Tuesday, and then it's easy to predict. But like coastal areas, for instance, where the weather has a very big impact, there are events on it. There's the seasonal impact on the months of July and August, which are more difficult by nature. So it really depends on the type of area. But I mean, in the algorithms to do the predictions, they are there. I think that's technologically that's something that is common nowadays. It's just how well do they work in certain different areas.
Thank you. Okay, so next, until SORA 2.5 is adopted, the pin area is updated. Will the sparse-populated areas quantification depends on the opinion of each authority, e.g. 0 versus 300 people per square kilometer? I think it's in Europe, we are already, we have a quarterly meeting with all aviation authority and plus a number of other events that we do together in order to harmonize our understanding. I think it's we are all going to having the definition of populated in the order of 300 people per square kilometer. So still, yeah, the answer is that technically in reality depends on the opinion of each authority, but we are trying to implement the regulation in an harmonized way and already use this 300 people per square kilometer. Okay, yeah, another popular question. I'm not clear how or if children or population without mobile devices are considered. I think that also this one was covered now several times. Let's see, maybe the last question. By claiming sheltering of people, assume it's for data mentioned, case pop mod, social media assurance and integrity is assessed by EU, EAS, and NAS. No, I think that is me. So, what was yeah?
Was the first, but it was about shelter people. So we already touched.
By claiming shelter of people, how can we determine the number of individuals not at risk and assess the potential reduction of population density?
Or the same as before.
Yeah. And the robustness of level can be assumed for the data that are mentioned, social media assurance, integrity. So at this moment, I don't have an idea how to answer. I don't know what is the robustness level. . anyway, I think it's now it's 4 o'clock, and I really gained a lot of information. It was very interesting for me. I don't know for you, and maybe I can provide some thought for the closing. Oh, unless there is anyone that would like to share some elements that we think that was missed, some other elements. Really was interesting. As I said before, we don't have the answer, but I see that there is a lot of activity that already was done in the last years. So the information is there. We just need to now see how we can use the information and how we can develop systems that are dedicated to what we need for evaluation of the population density for SORA 2.5. So not sure that we will be able in a few months or before the implementation of SORA 2.5 already to have a full guidelines on how the authority may assess this service, and then also the service assessed by the authorities. But I think that this was a good start. So, and we may have some additional work to do, but I see that there is some good hope that we can reach a solution. So yeah, I think that we need to wait to work.
It's not connected to yours.
It's going to, yes, it's connected to my, you're right. So it's not my fault because it's connected to your computer. I need to use this one. So what we saw, so we were trying to identify what could be the key performance indicator. And we see that map resolution. Map resolution, I understand that the technology doesn't have any limitation. We can go from 10 meters to 1 kilometer. Doesn't make any difference from a technological point of view, but there are a lot of consideration to make on how to use it. So, and 10 meter maybe could be also difficult to handle, but there is also an implication. Also, the height of the operation may affect what may be the map resolution. So we need to discuss what we think should be the right grid size. But so I see that we have already a lot of inputs that we can use in order to find what could be. The data refresh rate for this is only for the real-time dynamic. So also here we have different possibility. Also we need to find the right balance, and we also had some good inputs, like also data sources. We have a lot of sources, actually, I see. Not only census, mobile phone, also network. We see also community data. We saw also information coming from cameras. So there are several sources that we may use in order to identify the population density, also to validate. So all of this we may use. Also for identifying the interval of confidence, we have also multiple methodologies that are in the evaluation, and I think it will be then essential the collaboration between EASA and the European institutions, like especially Eurostat, that is really working on this. That may help us with your support to identify what could be methodologies that will be adapted to what we need. So privacy, it's an important element. So we clarify that we don't want to know where single person are. We just want to understand where people are in general, so the number of people. So it identify what would be the minimum number of people that we can have in each cell. But so we see that we have different inputs here. But also this one doesn't looks to be a big issue. And also the time frame in which data are stored doesn't appear to be an issue. So we know now what are the challenges, but I think that here we can handle and make sure that our service meet all the privacy requirements. So interval of confidence, as I said, we have multiple methodology. that are under evaluation. And so we see that for dynamic data, sometimes some providers have only access to not the full picture, only to a fraction of the real population. So still we need to understand what is the minimum penetration rate that the provider should have in order to make the information reliable. But also we see here that we hear from you that this does not to be a big number. We don't need to always have penetration rate of 90% in order to have a reliable data. So we were discussion what should be this in this interval of time when you need to analyze data in the past in order to have a good coverage. We see that at least to be 1 year. In some cases, we saw also that someone is proposing 2 years. But also here, so there is already some good thought behind. So I think that we can find then a solution. From the Commission activity, I think that really was very useful to have Eurostat and Copernicus that is supporting us. There are a lot of things that they already have. They already have some identified some challenges, some solutions, like always maybe have multiple operators that providing this information will be always better. And Copernicus, we see that we have public available maps that that goes a bit beyond census. So this is already very good. And so there is also a plan to improve the information on the map. So this is something that in Europe I think will be very much useful. So I was thinking that maybe a possible approach, we may have 3 levels of service. So we may identify cases where there is no need for dynamic operation density maps. For example, if I'm doing the operation in visual line of sight, so I see the area, maybe we can find some way to give a tool to the operator to assess more or less how many people are there, and then without asking them to use maps. Or maybe if someone is doing some agricultural activity, maybe we don't need to tell them there is no one over his field. You already know that, even if maybe the field is large, maybe beyond visual line of sight, but still maybe we can find some criteria where these maps are not needed. Maybe we can have some maps that will identify where this data, where these locations are. For example, if I want to do an operation over a mountain during the winter, if I'm far from the ski path, I'm expecting that nobody will be there. Then a second service will be historical dynamic maps. So, and this should be required when would be sufficient when we are in an area where the variability of the population density is fixed. For example, if I have doing an operation close to on the motorway outside of Cologne, I know that every Monday between 8 and 10 there is a lot of people that are commuting, but then after 10, normally every day there is no one there, and it's always the same. Maybe here we may not require to have a real-time verification that also the day of the operation we have that kind of situation. In all other cases, yeah, we need to have instead real-time dynamic maps. So maybe we may identify some criteria where these 3 cases may be triggered, for example. And then we need to define the methodology to accept, to assess the acceptability of the service. And also will be important when information on shelter is required. We saw today that shelter is coming with some cost. So maybe also here it depends on where you're operating, then some cases shelter is not required, or on the other side, depends also on what is the appetite of the operator to reduce the ground risk. Maybe he may decide not to buy the shelter function and then to hire his ground risk, because maybe he can consider that at the end will not make a big difference in that location. So we should be flexible in order to allow the operator to to apply the right requirements at the cost that he thinks that are better for his business. So what will be the future activity? We would like to establish a working group that will help us to draft this guideline, that will assist the operators to identify what type of population density map they need, and also to assist then the authority to evaluate the acceptability of these services. So, for example, what parameters to be considered, minimum performance, how the service will be recognized by the authority. So for sure, cost of the service is an important factor. So everything should be done at the right cost. So we will invite for sure all presenters today to participate to this working group. But then, if anyone would like to contribute, we will welcome. And our idea is that when we have some good draft of guidelines, so for sure we will publish on our website for consultation, but we would like to organize then a follow-up workshop where we go to the implementation. So now that we have, how we are going to implement this one with SORA. And so, as was already mentioned by Marcus, maybe this may trigger some consideration in SORA, because then we have step 2 and step 3. So step 2 is the identification of the ground risk. Step 3 is the how we apply the mitigation, the ground risk mitigation. Maybe there, when you have the map, maybe these 2 steps in some way they are combined. So we need to see how this may be used. So, yeah, Marcus, please.
Just if you go one slide back, there's just one kind of for me something that's important that we should not miss is that I don't think this should be like these 3 levels should be necessarily like that they're in any way descriptive, because I mean, as you mentioned it in the very end, if my UAS for an operation is has a DVR and then I'm say a 4 or even higher levels, then I might be whatever this ground risk is, I'm perfectly fine with that. And also, like, I might not claim sheltering. So I think this risk-based approach of the operation, what the SORA and what the specific category has as a very fundamental core, should be always considered. That we say, okay, some operations require something, but they're also the operator. I don't know, I can speak for ourselves. We have another operation here, also North Rhine-Westphalia, populated environment. It's a cultural, like it's a site. But we talk with the manager and we says, and the authority said this is fine. He said it's sparsely populated, except for when they're guided groups or except for when they're events. And we have a standard procedure defined, and this is fine. So we can work with historic dynamic data there. So I think this flexibility and this openness should be also guaranteed. That we do not get into a descriptive process here.
Yeah, it's reality. So the idea, this is our approach will be really to try to use as much as possible the lowest, so the cheapest of the service. So if it's not essential, and this will be a good important topic. What you said, that I expect that we are in this initial phase where we still have drones where their reliability is not verified yet. So we consider lower sale. So potentially they may have a loss of control that is quite frequent. So this is why most of the operator, in order to use this kind of drone, they operate in area where they reduce the population density. But when tomorrow we will have drone that are verified by EASA, so within SEL 4, SEL 5 with design verification report, or with a type certificate, then they are requiring this kind of drones in order to not have any kind of limitation. So then it's not important if they are flying in an area where there is population density higher or lower, because they will already be approved to fly everywhere. So everywhere. So it depends on the level. Yeah. So there will be also this will be another important elements to be considered. Any other contribution topic? So I want to thank Alberto for organizing this workshop. Thank you very much, and also Justin for supporting, and so all of you for attending until late on a Friday afternoon. But really was really very helped. So I wish you a safe trip back. And to all people online, also thank you for attending. And see you at, we will keep you posted with the next activity. Thank you.